Good evening, everybody. It's Saturday night, my friends, and I am back, getting ready to go here, and we'll jump back into some coding as we do. Second here. So goes around. All right. Good stuff, my friends. Welcome on in. So yeah, last night I made some really good progress. Really good progress. Finished up chapter 7. There's still the issue of what I was displaying was a lot smaller than what was than the reference, but I could track that down, but it's not that big a deal right now. It'll be more of a big deal once we start really loading up models and doing stuff here. So we'll tackle that when we come to it, if we do come to it. It might be just something that, you know, once I make the changes for chapter 8 here, goes away. We'll see. Or it becomes more obvious. I mean, one or the other. But one of the things they do in chapter 8 here is they've introduced some new. We're going 3D. This is the 3D chapter that we were on prior to me throwing everything away and just going back to an earlier version and coming forward again, because so many changes have been made. Now we're more on par with. We should be more on par with what chapter 8 looks like now. And I won't have to keep trying to figure out how these things mesh together. So hopefully we can do that. And I am going to. I know it seems a little bit silly, but they do have this whole infrastructure to read the object files in, the model files in, and convert them to intermediate JSON. For some reason, I will do that as well, but I'm not going to use JSON to do it. I'm going to use the proper libraries for this kind of thing. But that's really the only other thing that they're using JCommander to do command line switches. I already got something to do command line switches. It's far superior to any of this crap. So, and I've already got async in. Because I've already successfully loaded things in the OpenGL version of the game. Now, one of the things that I was thinking about was I think that I think that I'm going to end up probably removing the OpenGL portion of stuff, because there's no way that I'm going to be able to, with how much work it takes to do the Vulkan stuff. I don't think it's possible for me to juggle both of those things, at least right now, because it's just like the Vulkan stuff is just so unintuitive compared to OpenGL that it's just like the context switching alone would be too, like, just in my own brain would be too difficult. So at some point here, probably not until we get done chapter 8, but once we get done chapter 8, I think we'll probably take some time and just get rid of all the OpenGL stuff and just embrace the Vulkan stuff fully, I suppose. And roll with that for a while. So that's kind of my thought there. But yeah, excuse me. First things first. We need to get a JSON parser and writer into our application here, and I'm going to use Jackson. So Jackson data bind in particular. And all I really need to do is bring that in. And copy that. And we'll be good here. So let's see if we've got Jomo. Logback. Why is it having a problem with this? Oh, I gotta update my logback versions and stuff. Okay, yeah, args4j is what we're using for that. We've got commons. I'm gonna leave the commons stuff together, and right after the args4j here, I think we'll add the Jackson dependency. There we go. And then I just need a Jackson version. Top here. I'll put it after that one, just so I know. I think it's 3.0.0 is, I believe, what they're on. Yes. All right, and that'll bring in all the transitive dependencies that I need. So we'll just say Maven and sync project. I should bring everything down. I'm going to say Maven sources and documentation. Cool. Now the thing is, one of the other reasons I want to use Jackson for this is that Jackson's what I've used all the time just at work. Various places I've worked at. And so I'm most familiar with it, but also 3.0 I think was just released last month, and it's a big refactoring and stuff, and so this might actually help me see what the changes might be ahead of time so I could like take that information to work with me, and I know what we're going to have to do when we upgrade next year. So there's that. Alright, so first things first, we're going to start with, I think, Vulkan Engine, and which is main up here for them. So chapter 8. And if I'm not mistaken, they've removed a whole host of stuff because they're now loading it from a file. So they got rid of basically all the init stuff, and they're just they're loading up the model data. What are they actually calling to load the model data? Oh yeah, they're calling model loader, load model, blah 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 blah, and then loading it up that way. Yeah, so chapter 8, yeah. So we're loading up the cube from that. Let me see, engine, contexts. Alright, so so init here. That's what they're looking at, which is load model for me. So we're basically getting rid of these. All together. And okay. Vulkan model. Cube entity is cube model. So then in here we just do to do load model. Scene, add entity, cube entity. Models. Models.add cube model. Where are they putting this at? Oh, that's right. They add the models to their init data thing. Which I think I actually do. Init models here. I just load them into the model cache or whatever. Yeah, so anyway. Not too worried about that. And I actually keep the model around here, don't I? Yeah, and I'm guessing they don't have that anymore. Or probably didn't have it at all. So the thing with that is we have one usage of model. Which is this thing. Yeah. So I probably don't need that anymore because I'll be pulling these back from load model and it'll be going into init models. So I can probably get rid of that. Most likely. Still have the entity though, which is obviously not going to be a thing for very long, I don't think. Okay. So that's the main, so we'll have to come back to that once we've got everything. But I wanted to go through the list. Hey, Elemental Magic's card game, welcome on in. Is it time for Idris too? I don't know what you're referring to. All right. So I got load model here. All right, so I have that. So then it's just a matter of I think it's time. Okay. Texture path. Next. Okay, so we've got they're adding stuff to their configuration. And they've got a list of materials now in their init data, which I'm going to need at some point. So I'm not going to do that right now. Over here. I don't know. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. It was the wrong button. Init models. Load models. Materials. Model cache. I assume they're going to have a material cache or something at some point here. But we'll see. So I'm going to skip that for now. Alright. Graph utils. What is this? Image free. Okay, so this is loading up the texture, I guess. Image file not loaded. Image source, okay. I don't know that I want to call it graph utils though. I mean, I guess I'll call it that just so that I don't lose track of it later on, but we'll see here. Let's see. So graph utils is what they're calling it. It looks like they maybe expand upon it later, so. Okay, so I'll put this under my utilities here. New Java class wallets. Alright, so public static void clean image data. What the hell is image source image? What's a record? Data width height channels. All right. Where did they put this? I guess I'll put this. I guess I'll put this under Pojos here for now. Records, image. Buffer, data, width, height, channels, I think, all right, they've got 8 usages of it, so it's gonna be something going on there. So image source. So then I need so STBI. Where the hell are they getting that from? STB image, that's what it is. Okay. STB image. Image free. Alright. And then what do we got? Load image, public static image source, load image, name, what are we doing here? Image source image, byte buffer. Buffers no. Source image. Buffer buff. Why is that? Okay, sure. We're not doing it that way. I mean, I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna do try var stack equals stack push. Buffer width equals with buffer. Stack that malloc int one buffer channels. Buffer equals stdi load file name or all right. If buffer equals null, first of all, okay. So first of all, we're going to say logger error unable to load image file. Name and then cause image failure reason. New I have exception. Big image failure reason. No. Otherwise, return new image source buffer. Yeah, I guess the buffer that gets 0. Buffer gets all right. Awesome. Hey, my name's T. Welcome. Thank you for the welcome. I appreciate it. How you doing? Good. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. So let's load image. Is that it? That's all that's in here. Okay. Okay, well, that one is done. Index linked hash map. I refuse. I refuse to do this. I know what they're doing here because I remember seeing this, and this will not be a thing that I do. Screw them and their index linked hash map. There are other ways of dealing with that, so we're not going to do that. Hey, Shell Lines, welcome on in. How you doing? Sorry to hear about Moonbeam. How you liking near zero latency? Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I just started. I haven't been able to. I'm still using the RTMP endpoint for Valora because I've not been able to get the whip stuff to work. It's it keeps giving me a 500 error because I have a local server set up to do the multi-streaming. So I'm using Nginx to push it out to multiple destinations, and I'm using FFmpeg to push out the whip. I was trying to use that to push out the whip stuff, and it was just getting a 500 server error trying to do it. So I don't know what's up with that, but then the RTMP works pretty good, even though it's a little bit more delay. But it works for now, so it's pretty stable. And I don't have to re-encode, so because I'm basically pushing out, like I'm streaming, like OBS is pushing out 1440p 60 for YouTube, and then I'm re-encoding that on the fly to 1080p 60 for Twitch and now Valora. So at least saved me an additional re-encode anyway. So we'll see how it goes. Have you joined the Discord? We can help you in there. No, I haven't joined the Discord yet. Discord is I'm not a fan. I have Discord and I use it from time to time, but like it's such a freaking mess. Like there's so many servers that you have to join, and there's no way I can track any of the discussions going on, and it's just every time someone's like, I've got a Discord, I'm like, that's great, I don't care. and I don't mean it to be mean or anything. It's just like Discord is so much noise anymore. It's like I can't deal with the noise sometimes. It's just the way that it is. But I will probably join it at some point, and just to have it there so I could jump in at some point and take a look around. But yeah, it's so far so good. I like what's there, you know. It's got quite a few features that you don't see from something that's hasn't been around for very long. So that's good to see. They will have to work on their stability though a little bit, but that's to be expected. I see a lot of times I go on to go watch a stream and it's just like flickering, like there's something wrong with their stream and it's just not coming through, and the whole page is just constantly refreshing and flickering and stuff. It's so hopefully they're gonna take a look at that and figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, it's so far so good. Um, yeah, Moonbeam was. I had a sneaking suspicion something was going on because they went real quiet for quite some time, and having having streamed on many different services, um, they all die pretty much the same way. Like suddenly there's, they're all upbeat and like trying to, get the word out and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden they just go silent for like a month, and you're like, well, I guess they're dying, and that's that's basically what happens usually. So it is what it is. You know, the real issue is that, I mean, there's two big issues. One is that it's not cheap to run a streaming service, and you need enough income coming in from having streamers on the platform and having viewers on the platform, really, in order to kind of make ends meet. And that's always hard to break through. But then on top of that, it's it requires a lot of marketing. It requires just kind of getting a foothold into the mindsets of people, and that's always the real difficult part. As a as much as I want to see innovation in the streaming world, and how much I think it needs some good innovation, it's people like what they like. They almost don't want change. They want to just have an app on their phone that they can use, that's usable. They want to be able to beam it to their TV. They want to be able to just do everything that they can already do with things that have been around for a decade or more. And trying to overcome that initial hurdle is daunting. And it doesn't help that, I see, having gone from service to service, having gone from, Mixer to, eventually Glimish, and then Live Space, and then Moonbeam, and a little bit of Kick in the middle there, and all that stuff. It's just like it's good to see that there's still people trying to compete. I like that, but it's also disheartening to see there's certain streamers, not to name any names, that you see kind of, they have a certain shtick, and it's to kind of leech off of anything new, and they're usually bad news. Like they don't usually bring happy vibes to a place. They usually just kind of like try to they try to get their own, they're out for themselves, and they're not out to build a community. They're out just for their own benefit. And I've already seen a few of them starting to creep into even Valora and stuff like that. And it's like, oh man, these guys again. And I you can't preempt them, right? Like you have to let them do their thing, but at the same time, see them doing their same shtick over and over and over again, you'd think at some point they would just figure something else out, but it is what it is. You know, I just one of the hardest parts of any kind of service is like getting, you know, let's see, materials cache, is getting that initial community and maintaining that initial community. And I'm talking about the service in general. You know, the service in general is a community, and it's got sub communities of with all the streamers, but they're still all part of the larger parent community. And trying to get all of them to not only help each other out and not be out for their own benefit, but also keep it, you know, an upbeat, happy place that's, you know, moderated and you know, generally a fun place to be, as well as trying to keep the site working and all that stuff. That's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. And I don't. The pattern I've seen over the past couple years is that a lot of people are not as well intentioned as a lot of these, you know, startups are. A lot of them just don't understand just how much effort it takes. And I'm not saying that's a problem that's Valora's going to have. I'm just saying that that's something I've seen repeatedly, and it's a little disheartening to see people jump in and not realize like how much effort it actually takes, how much work it actually takes, and how much money it actually takes. So I'm hoping they're approaching it from the perspective of understanding there. You know, because all we really need is someone that gets it, and someone that understands how difficult it's going to be, and is willing to just run at it full speed and keep on trucking. You know, we need a place that actually stands the test of like a year, because it seems like a lot of them just kind of don't make it to their first year, or they make it like a year and a half, and then it's just, you know, if you're lucky, 2 years, and then it just kind of all falls apart, which is unfortunate. So hopefully there's staying power and everything else. You know, I want someone to succeed. I really want a place to go. I don't like Twitch. At some point I want the ability to like drop Twitch off of my multi-streaming and just have other places go. Like YouTube is great. YouTube's fine. I don't mind YouTube. But like, I mean, YouTube has its own set of weirdness that it gets into, but you know, it always has. I just have never really. I don't think Twitch is in it for the right reasons anymore. I don't think they understand their community. And I think it's a long time. I think for a long time now they haven't really understood their community, and I just don't want to. I would love for one day to just be like, all right, last Twitch stream, see ya. You know, I'll be over here. I just don't. And this is just like something that's been forever, you know. It's just something that what's going on here? I am frozen, looks like. Doing your part in promoting Valor as much as you can. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Uh-oh. Why is that frozen? What's going on here? Okay. Wait, what the hell? Where'd that go? Okay, something is going on here, and what is happening here? What is going on? I can't even type in the command line. What the hell? What the hell is... Here we go. Hello? What is... 2% CPU? I mean, what? Java? How could nothing be causing a problem here when I'm actually having a problem? What the hell is going on? Okay, let's like I have to close the window and open it again to see the result of what I just did. PS minus EF rep. Yeah. Let's kill 2643. 26. Okay. Oh, it's having a problem here. I don't know what's going on. I kill 7623. Okay, that died on its own. What the hell is... What is going on here? This is weird. I can't see any updates here as to what... Like, it says nothing is really taking a CPU, but yet I'm not getting any visual updates on the screen here. What the hell? Close this for a second. Alright, things are a little more kind of. Something else is running here. It's causing a problem. I can't see what's going on here. PS. Let's see if rep Java. issue. It's not. Things are not updating. What is happening here? All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's restart, I guess. You know, like I'm not getting any updates or anything. Like, what is happening? It's having a giant issue right now. In fact, it's not even restarting. There we go. Now it's restarting. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. I don't know what was going on there. I was very unhappy. That's the first time I've seen that ever happen. There. Okay. Corey, round 2 flight is the only person doing this whole thing. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for one person to be doing. So, you know, it's a heck of a lot. Okay, what happened here? These other things open? They did. Close that out. These are... Uh-oh. Internal server error. That's not good. Whatever. Keep that going. Let's do compare here. That's fine. Wait, what am I on here? This has to go on browser, and then this goes browser as well. Alright, and I can open these back up. Hopefully. Okay. That down there, and this one up, which should go up top. Alright, well, we're back into business. I don't know what happened there, but it was... Hopefully it's all... It worked it out of its system, whatever that was. That was a little bit weird. Let me see. PS... Do top again. These things are reacting now, at least. Okay. That's good. Grep Java. Okay. Alright, so far so good. Alright. That was weird. That was weird. His wife handles the financials. Yeah. Like I said, I mean it's a lot. It's a lot because you got to do all the marketing for it and technical work and all that. And yeah, it's a lot, but I hope it works out. I really do. I think the best thing we can do is get more competition that is not that's ethical. I guess is my main thing there. I want ethical competition. All right, not something that's backed by crypto BS or anything like that, you know? Just like, just proper monetization, proper moderation, you know, all that stuff. Just all of that. Because we got a little too much the current state of things has gone too far in the other direction. I feel like. For, you know, talking in generalizations. So what was I... So graphics sheet tells us what we just did, right? And I was looking at something here. Materials cache, that's what it was. Okay. So I'm look at materials cache and see what we can do here. Chapter 8. Good, okay. And so where, I'm guessing this will go with the model here. So model cache, material cache, that seems it should be. Logger. Factory, get logger, material, cache class. That'll be good. And then private, static, final, int, material size is Vulkan constants. I need a vector 4 size there. What else do we have here? Public static final int vector 4 size is 4 times float size. Is there anything else there? Matrix, Maxify, blah, blah, blah. So far, so good. Alright, that should be everything. Alright, let's jump back to where I was. Times constants dot int size times 4. Yep. And private final map string material, which we'll have to create. Okay, buffer. Oh, that's a buffer. Materials buffer. There we go. Okay. Good. Public. Material cache. Oh, that's how you're doing it. Okay. Go. That's fine. It's having a problem because I don't have Vulcan material doesn't exist. Okay. And public void. Actually, you know what? I don't even need the constructor. Rid of it. There's nothing in there. There's no point in having it. Clean up. Let me guess. It's probably a logical device. Device. If materials buffer does not equal null, then buffer dot cleanup. Nice. Yep. That's exactly what it was. Okay. So we got get material by ID. Public. Oops, that's not what I want. Material get material, so string ID. Return map that get ID. The material buffer is just do that. Materials buffer and get position. Public int get position D. So really this should be a, they did do a linked hash map, didn't they? Yeah, I should do a linked hash map. Alright, so let me get the position of the item in the map. Now, if I'm not mistaken, let me see here. Of item in linked hash map. Work the key set to a list. Use index of method to find a position. It's predictably ordered for iteration, but does not expose the list interface and link list. Key set that contains the keys does not guarantee order as well because the hashing algorithms used for placement of backing data. So you can't use that. The only way to do this without writing your own is walk the iterator, which uses the mirroring linked list and keep account where you are. This would be very inefficient with large data sets. So it sounds like original insertion order. I have to mirror the keys in the key set in something like an array list. Keep it in sync with updates to the hash map and use it if you hash map. Key set order for linked hash map is guaranteed. Some working code. Okay, give an index. Consider that linked hash map keep the order of insertion. Use the key set and list copy of. Iteration order. Iterate the collection again. If you maintain a large map, we will use different structure. If I set as unordered, the linked list is only used for the iterator. Meant entry set, that's why I do by key in an insertion order. You can't get that without using the iterator with stock link. Link the lists, multi-map, Google Guava, map some list of complex object. Huh. I thought it was. So they're saying the key set is a predictable. Implementation differs from hashmap and it maintains a doubly linked list running for all its entries. Linked list defines iteration ordering, which is normally order in which keys were inserted into the map. If a key is reinserted into the map. Learn by without incurring increased costs associated with tree map. It can use to produce a copy of the map that is the same order as the original, regardless of the original map's implementation. Takes map input, copies it, and later returns results where orders determined by the copy. A special constructor. Not synchronized. So, they're talking about the keys. Order in which the keys were inserted into the map. So I'm reading that as the key set is ordered. I don't know if the entry set would be ordered. One would think the entry set would be ordered. But I may only need the key set in this particular case. So let's see what they're doing. Get index of ID. Well, they're doing it by key, right? Index list, index of key. They're extending a linked hash map. Okay, so basically what they're doing is whenever you put something into the map, they're maintaining an additional list with the keys in it, which is, and then they're doing, this has to be the silliest thing I think I've ever seen, because it's a linked hash map. If you just read the Java doc for linked hash map, the keys are in insertion order. So you just do a key set, right? Because you're going to get an ordered key set, if I'm not mistaken. Right? I mean, is that not, did I miss something there? I mean, I get that set is generally not ordered, but like if it's coming from a linked list, it better be an ordered key set, right? Where was that? See, I closed it. I closed it. I shouldn't have closed it. History. Iteration ordering. Insert into map. The key is reinserted into the map. Key is reinserted into the map if M put KF is invoked, but M contains key will return true immediately. Implementation spares the clients for unspecified, generally chaotic ordering without incurring increased costs associated with tree map. We use to produce a copy of a map that has the same order as the original, regardless of the original map's implementation. Yeah, like, I mean, literally, you can copy the map, which means the keys have to be in a predictable order. So if I were to call, so if I call key set, it should always give it to me in the same order, I would imagine. Right? Is that not correct? Iterate the collection to get it. If you maintain a large map, you may want to use a different structure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, they're doing a list copy of your linked hash map key set. The key set and list copy of. Yeah. I don't even know if you need to do a copy. Well, I think they're doing a copy of because they want to. Because the iterator on the list will keep the order. Is that what they're trying to do? Yeah, see, they're all taking the key set and putting it into a list and then doing an index of. And I think I know, I think I get why they're doing that. Because if I were to just do the set directly, it's probably going to be... No, set... Well, I mean, you've got ordered set and you've got the regular set, so... It might not be producing an ordered set, is I think what they're saying. Track position... List mirroring the key set instead of an array list. It's not guaranteed order because of the hashing algorithm used for placement in the backing data structure of the inherited hash map, so you can't use that. Lock the iterator, which uses the mirroring link list. The order of a hash set could change in every insert or deletion. It isn't guaranteed, so yes. Incorrect, you can't use that. So that's what they're saying, is that, like, the hash set will be in order until some insert or deletion happens, and then it's no longer in order. So, sure. But yeah, you can just do, you don't even need to do this, you can do a list copy of blah blah blah. Yeah. So I should be able to do that then, right? So get position would just be a return lists copy of material map key set index of ID. Boom. Simple. I didn't have to go make a silly expansion on linked hash map or anything like that. I just had to Google it. What am I saying? Cannot find material with ID, blah blah blah. Just say if not, material map contains key ID, then could not find material with ID. Yeah. Done and done. Load material. Hello, Divinity? Welcome. Why is that? That's weird. Do I have that? That's really weird. I see it in the Mix It Up Bots chat, but I don't see it in the YouTube chat. Unless it's coming up as a different name in YouTube chat. It's weird. Anyway. Apologies if I've already acknowledged you a long time ago. It's coming up as it looks like two different names. Oh no, it's got the same icon, so it is the same person, it's just... Okay, it came up as... Okay, weird. Alright, never mind. Forget me. I'm just over here losing my mind, I guess. Public void load materials. Now, what is this taking? Oh, it's taking... Okay. Logical device. Lists. Material data. Is this another one of those? Material data. We need that. Can I just load it up as a thing? What is this doing? This is probably making Vulkan material. Yeah, it is. The hell is it? Oh, it's doing... Oh, it's... Okay. Let's see. I'm going to transfer it in and out again. This is another one of those... They did this with the model cache, and I didn't like it. I'm betting this is another one of those, right? Like I have load models here. And then, yeah, see, I had the command and stuff. Brought in Vulkan model, which makes more sense. So Vulkan material probably should have the, like the record, transfer command, and clean up buffer and stuff like that, because that's what they're doing here, right? Is that what they're doing here? Um, Core transfer command, transfer buffer. Yeah, they're going to looping over all the materials and they're adding them to transfer buffer. It's going into, excuse me, it's going into materials buffer. Buffer size, material size times number of materials. I'll get diffuse color, offset data. And they're unmapping that from the source buffer. This feels like another one of those where I just have to unscrewify this code so it's not so stupid. Auto map. Model get ID, function identity. So, wait a minute. Materials map. Putting that into there. Yeah, I already don't like this. So, we're going to do this the right way. This is going to be a list of Vulkan material. Pull command and device queue. All right, so we're gonna have to make some of these other things first, like Vulkan material. See what that is. I just have it as a record with an ID in it. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. What did I have for Vulkan model? Yeah, I made a proper class out of it. I'm going to do the same thing for material. All right. class, and then we got private string ID. Alright, and what else do I gotta need here? See, I've got the whole mesh list and stuff there. I'm thinking I'll probably have like the textures there, although that'll be like probably a list of the textures. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I have the transfer buffers. And the transfer buffers. Which I think we'll only have the one transfer buffer, it looks like to me. Yeah, they're only making one transfer buffer for it, which makes sense. Okay, so I'll just put the one transfer buffer here. It's private transfer buffer, transfer buffer. Material. ID. Go. All right. So we're going to want to do. What do I call it over here? Get transfer buffer, get ID. Add mesh. Texture path, texture cache, add texture. Material, texture path. Yeah, so it's because I don't have a material data, I need to bring in that stuff too. So we need the texture path. So, string texture path. I have that, and then I gotta figure out texture path, add texture. Okay, that's just to add it to the cache. That's fine. We have the texture path in there. Is there anything else they're pulling off the material? ID. diffuse color, which is a vector 4f. Okay. It's vector 4f. Color. Color. Right. What else is coming off of material? That's it for right now. Okay, good. So I'll have all that stuff already here and loaded. So all I really need to do is call have like a load method here. So, well, first of all, let's do getters for all of those. This down the bottom. Let's do public load, and we'll say logical device, reference to texture cache. And I don't need the command pool, I don't think, because I'm going to load these things up. Like I can record transfer command. This doesn't need. The actual recording needs it, but the rest of it doesn't. How did I do the model here? Just said I just added them. Create vertex buffers. Transfer buffer. I just added transfer buffers there. It's a Vulkan mesh. Subarray, source buffer, transfer buffer from that bind meshes. So the bind meshes needed it. What do we have here? All I have to do is grab the transfer buffer from it and do record transfer command. Is what it looks like, because with the command end recording, and we have the begin record. See, this is, I hate this with a fiery passion, right? Because it's like, whenever you have a begin and an end, and maybe I'm too old school, but whenever you have a begin and end, there should be as minimal stuff between begin and end as is necessary. And, you know, the stuff between that begin and end should have something to do directly with whatever you're beginning and whatever you're ending. So in this case, like, you're beginning a recording, you're doing all this bullshit that has nothing to do with the recording. You're just setting up data structures, and then you're recording, and then you're cleaning up and submitting, right? Like that. I hate that. I hate it so much, because what happens is, and I realize this is not necessarily the case, but like when you have something like this, right? And you're trying to track down, like later on down the line, you're, adding more and more stuff to, to files, and the program's doing more things. Later on down the line, when you're trying to freaking figure out performance stuff, like I don't know what the performance hit of begin recording is, right? I don't know what the performance hit of end recording is, and now we're tying these into all this other stuff that has nothing at all to do with it, right? It may not be, there may not be a performance hit to it. It may be just a really easy, simple operation. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, every time I see something like this, immediately I want to refactor it, just because I would rather do all this stuff outside of that. Like it's like you're bracketing. It's almost like you're embedding, like begin and end are like brackets in my mind, and everything in between is like indented, sort of, even though it's not really indented. It's kind of indented. And so you've got like an if, a loop or an if statement, and then you've got this, and then you've got another if statement, and you're just kind of like, I don't know. Again, it might be just me being weird. I just don't like when I see stuff like that. So, and really all this stuff makes more sense to me being tied to the Vulkan material anyway, because it's like, it has to do with that particular material. Right, we're looping over materials and we're saying do something. It's like, well, and also, we're doing a new transfer buffer, source buffer, PK buffer, buffer size, number of materials. So they're just reusing. Yeah, okay. They're just building this large transfer buffer. And then they're doing that for what purpose are they doing that? They got mapped memory here. So they're building the memory out for that, and then they're just unmapping that entire block of memory. Once they've done something here, like what? Transfer buffer, materials buffer. It's source to destination, right? They're copying the source to the destination. But where's that getting copied? Oh, that's right. It doesn't get copied until you do the record transfer command. Which is fine, but I do... What do I do here? For model, I do... I have a list of transfer buffers. Right. Because we have multiple transfer buffers. But then, so I just do that, and then, don't I have a... Do I have something here? So I get what they're trying to do, where they don't have all these they're not doing all these memory operations. Doing one big memory operation. How do I want to do this? I guess I'm still trying to figure out what are they mapping? Where are they using? Source buffer. Texture cache, add texture. Wait a minute. What? Transition text. Add texture. Create buffer for the image. Create staging buffer. So we're creating staging buffers for every image anyway. Every texture image. I don't understand where this comes into. Like, we build this big transfer buffer up here. Right? And then we call record transfer command. Which pulls it from the source buffer to the destination buffer. Right, which is fine, but I don't. Where's the source buffer getting populated? Source buffers, new Vulkan buffer, blah 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 blah. Tunes buffer, yeah, we're creating the buffers. Command buffer. Command pull, command begin recording. New transfer buffer. Source and destination, yeah. So we're mapping the memory for it. Okay. I got that part. We don't. do anything with source buffer until we do the unmap. And then we record the transfer. There's nothing populating the source buffer. So what the hell are we transferring? Am I completely insane here? Like what? Transfer buffer? Like I don't see source buffer being passed into anything beyond. Like we're mapping long. Oh wait a minute. Long map to memory. Okay, hang on. So this is the reference to the map to memory. Byte buffer. No. Oh, byte buffer. I see. They made another data here. They made a byte buffer data, which is mapped to the map to memory, which is mapped to the source buffer. Jesus freaking Christ. Okay. So where's data being used at? Material diffuse color. Get okay. So we're doing. Okay, so we're populating. So we're putting the material, putting the diffuse color in there, and then we're putting the different material MacGuffins into there. Position in the texture path. And putting padding. Okay. Okay. These are references to the texture, but get X, Y, Z, W order. Okay, that's the buffer. We're throwing the diffuse color out into there, but then what the hell? So putting that stuff in there. Okay, I get it. Sort of. What I'm not getting is what. Putting, okay, has texture 1 or 0. The position in the texture cache of the texture itself. This seems like the most important thing here. Texture map. Load image. So we must load this somewhere. Record texture transition. This must be. This is recording it somewhere into the GPU, I would imagine. Who calls this? Init. So maybe not. But maybe not. I don't know. Transitioning textures. Oh, it's in render. Oh. Okay. So that's adding the texture. Number of textures, default texture path, add texture, formats, command buffer, for texture transition. Weights, clean up. Okay. Record copy buffer. Okay, so all the textures are... So we're basically loading all the textures into memory, into GPU right away. Which makes sense for a simple thing like this. And then all we're doing here is telling the GPU where to index that texture. I guess. Okay. So... putting that data there into, I don't know why we're, I mean, I guess it takes a byte buffer. Must be why we're doing that, but like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. Creating a byte buffer there, and then this is just getting source buffer is getting unmapped, and then we record the transfer command, transfer buffer, and then we clean up all the source buffers, but we leave the destination buffers alone because it's now in the destination buffer. Okay. There has to be a freaking better way to do this. Like, seriously, this is this feels like a like someone writing code in like a stream of consciousness coding, like when they didn't really put too much thought into where things would go. They just kind of said, oh, I need this now, I need that now, I need this now, I need that now, and they just slap them together. Like it feels very much like a rough draft. You know, like, let's just get this thing working, and then they never actually went back and rethought how to make it so it's not so weird. All right, let's see what mess I can make out of this. So if that's the case, so what are we? So in reality, I need to pass in think. They're putting into one giant freaking buffer there. So I have to... So what I really need to do... Huh. Unfortunately, I need to maintain that offset, don't I? Oh, sorry, so I'm like very yawny. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm going over in my head like what this is going to look like. So, because I need to maintain the offset. I'm thinking I have to pass the... I have to pass the data byte buffer in. So I'm feeling I have to pass the data in, I have to pass the offset in to some method. Then that method at the Vulkan material class level would be responsible for just itself. So I basically would be looping over the materials. Probably I'd probably end up doing this kind of for loop. We'll see. Loop over materials. Each one would then do what it needs to do with texture and add it to the cache. So I'll have to pass the texture cache in. And then it will use the data and the offset to just update all this stuff. And then outside that method, we come back and we add material size to the offset and loop around and do it again. Is what I'm thinking there. So all this bullshit will have to be in here along with the offsets. The begin recording doesn't need to be like, I'm gonna move that down because that's just silly where it's at. Like this whole thing here feels like it could be down here. After the unmap, right? Because I know that add texture is doing shit, but I don't think it's doing anything with the command. Like you don't pass the command in to it. So I don't think there's any reason, like even if I were to leave this method the way it was, like there's no reason for this to be here. Like you could have moved this down, like it's not being used anywhere in here, right? No. So you could have easily moved that down to here just as is and just had your damn transfer buffer record and then all that right there instead of doing all this other nonsense between it. Curve materials. Materials size. Materials buffer size. Okay. Okay. I think that's what we're going to have to do. So... material cache. So material cache is going to be buffer size is material size times materials dot size. All right, and then var source buffer is new Vulkan buffer device buffer size, and then VK13 VK buffer usage transfer source bit. And VK13, VK memory property host visible bit ord width VK memory property host coherent bits. Go. And then materials buffer equals new Vulkan buffer nice buffer size VK13 VK buffer usage transfer destination bits. Okay, buffer usage storage buffer bits and VK13 VK memory property device local bits. Okay. Transfer. Oh yeah, that was an or. Or there. There we go. There we go. All right. So we need the transfer buffer. So buffer, materials buffer. Is this used anywhere else? No. Alright, so do byte buffer data buffer equals. This is really, it should be a better name for this. Field data buffer memory util.mem byte buffer source buffer map and int source buffer, get requested size. There we go. Okay. Then we need int offset 0, 4. Welcome material in materials. Let's see what we got. So I just need to call whatever I'm going to call here. So I'll load. All right, so now over in Vulkan material. So I need, I don't know if I need device. I don't think I need device. I need, what do I need? I need, the byte buffer, data buff. And the offset, and then texture cache. Okay. Import that. Alright, has texture. You know, I'm gonna put a has texture on here. Let's say return string utils is not blank path. That's easy enough. So for the loading, we're saying if has texture, to do texture cache add texture. Okay. Otherwise, we've already got the material here, so we're doing diffuse color, get offset data. So diffuse color, get offset data buffer. Data buffer dot put int offset plus Vulkan constants vector 4 size as texture would be 1 or 0. It has a texture, put 1, else put 0. Data buffer, put int offset plus Vulkan constants vector 4 size plus Vulkan constants int size, and that'll be cache get position, texture path. Right, and then some padding. Alright, so data buff, put int offset plus it's basically this. They're just increasing this. Sure. I feel like I guess they're really doing they're not incrementing offset here. Presumably, because if I'm not, you can do that, right? You can do a plus equals and then and this, right? Or is it does it not like that? No, it should be fine. Yeah, I think it's I think the reason they're not incrementing the offset as they go is because it's it probably is a little bit harder to read. I mean, this is not the easiest thing to read either, but I can see why they're just like, look, we've gone this far, and now we're 2 integers in, and now we're 3 integers in, kind of thing. So it is what it is. I probably would have just incremented offset all the way down there, but you know. I can understand the thought process, because if they had increment offset here, then they would only have to increment it by, it would be the same thing each time here. It would be another, no, vector 4 size. I guess that is a little bit more confusing, right? Because they're doing vector 4 size, which is this one. So this is the vector 4. So they're going up past that, and then they're saying put this, and then after that they would just have to do int size plus equals int size plus equals int size plus equals int size. Okay. Kind of. Then I don't have to increment the offset by material size because it'll be incremented by material size, right? 32. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is at 16. Plus 4 is 20. Or plus 4 times 3, which is 12. So that's 16 plus 12 is 28. What are they doing here? 32. 28. 28, and then int size is 4. Right, so that's 28 plus 4 is 32. Yeah. Yeah. So that would be... I see. I see what they're doing. Okay. Well, so even if I do this like plus equals here, we'd still be off. We'd have to do an additional offset plus equals int size at the end in order to get it to 32. So they did it this way so it was a little less confusing at the end with that last, because you'd have to do one more increment at the end. Because you've put this now at the end here, and now you need to go one more because you've put another integer here. Yeah, okay. You have sort of an off by 1 thing. In this case, off by 4. So, all right, I see it. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. I could see why they left it this way, so it's a little bit more obvious, because then at the end you just do plus equals material size, and then you know that you're in the right. You know you've gone ahead enough the correct amount. So yeah, okay. Times 2, 0. Times 3. There we go. Okay. So I'm loading all that into data buffer. We're also doing the texture cache loading eventually. Cool. So then up in material cache here, all I have to do then is say material dot load material data buffer offset and then texture cache, right? And we do offset plus equals material size. And then source buffer unmap. There we go. And now we bring in our and new command buffer device true. I should call that pool here. I should do that. That's more correct. Okay. Command begin recording. And then we do transfer buffer. Or transfer commands. And command end recording. Command submit and wait. Device and queue. And command cleanup. Device. Command pool. Also have to pass here. Command pool, yeah. There we go. And then transfer buffer, source buffer, cleanup. That. Okay. I feel like I made this better? Question mark. I feel like this makes slightly more sense. than it did, although there's a lot of nonsense here I'm not particularly a fan of. I think this area is more correct. It was there. So load materials. And then that's it for materials cache then, right? Alright, so map. Material. Come on, there's a Vulcan material now. There we go. Now it's happier about it. Oh, do I not have clean unused imports on? Ooh. That's not cool. I thought I had that turned on. Settings. Imports. Optimize imports on the fly. What does that do? Remove unused imports and reorder imports according to code styles. Oh, yeah. So it should be. I guess it just didn't trigger it. Alright. That's fine. One related problem. Okay. So we have the material cache. All right. What else? What else are we doing here? Where's my diff at? Here we go. Model cache. We've made some changes, apparently. Load models. Transfer meshes. Okay. There's IO exception. Huh. Okay. Alright, so we're at model cache. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm feeling my brain is like shutting down right now for some reason. I know it's a little bit early, but I think I'm gonna kind of put a pin in it there. Let me make a note for myself though. So we're at chapter 8. Start model cache changes. Do that. Just make a note of that. I'm not gonna guess it wouldn't hurt to commit what I have right now, even though it's not building. Let's just do it. Directory starting chapter 8. Go. Okay. Awesome. So that is out there now, hopefully. Let's go, we'll take a look. And once I get, recent pushes 20 seconds ago. Once I get chapter 8, once we get through chapter 8, which is going to take a bit, then I'm going to merge this all back down over Trunk. And we'll just go back to working on Trunk for the most part. Because that's where all the dependabot scanning is going on, and I know that because I jumped back to an earlier version, I'm using like older versions of resources here that need to be updated, or libraries that need to be updated, and all that stuff. So we'll get to that. Because I know that like chapter 8 is huge, right? Yeah, there's just a ton of stuff in it. We should eventually be able to get a textured cube. Spinny textured cube. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, especially with like the model loading and things like that. We have to go through. I'm curious though. So we're at model cache. Changes to render. It's actually not too terrible, it looks like. Although they've added the freaking engine context now to scene render resize, which is just growing and just I hate it. Materials cache, they're rendering init. Materials, okay, so that's relatively straightforward. And then texture cache is all brand new. So we can work with that. And then Vulkan material we've already created. Vulkan mesh we'll have to create at some point. They've got it as... Oh, wait. No, we have Vulkan Mesh. Yeah, it's just they've added material DID? That's a typo. I don't know. I think that should just be material ID, maybe. So there's that, and then scene render has some changes. That one's create pipeline. Just adding more stuff to push constants. More stuff to clean up. Layouts, load materials. So they've added a method called load materials. So I'm gonna have to figure out where the hell this goes, because I feel like it probably shouldn't be in scene render, but we'll see. And then allocator, ID, resize, push constants, gets a little bit more stuff I guess it'll yeah, I guess load materials would be in here. What is it actually doing? Doing descriptor sets and stuff. Yeah, we gotta make the descriptor set thing, which is probably up in here, right? So attachments gets the depth attachment now gets attached to that image view. And then descriptor allocator. These are big classes, essentially. Descriptor allocator, descriptor pool is all new, descriptor set is all new, set layout is all new. Device has a oh yeah, anisotropy. Okay. And we're looking to see if anisotropy is supported in features 2. Okay. It's not too bad. Image source is a new record. Oh, we've already done image source. So we got that image view. Gets updated with depth image. Okay. Pipeline gets updates for the descriptor sets. Build info. Swap chain gets an additional boolean. Oh, for image view. Okay, yeah. Texture is brand spanking new. Texture sampler. Okay. Texture sampler info is a record. We probably won't need it, but we'll see. What did they add here? Descriptor allocator. Yeah. Utils. So I added the vector 4 size, but then it looks like they also have copy matrix to buffer and create host visible buffer. Right, these things. Can put in there. It's not too bad. And then model got material data, of course, which we're not using. Mesh data, which we're not using. Model, but we'll have to add that to the mesh probably once we make the Vulkan mesh thing. Or I do have a Vulkan mesh, don't I? So we'll probably have to add some things to it. Model bin data. This is part of the reading of the intermediate files that they generate, which is interesting. Model data, model generator. Yeah, so this has got its own main method. So it's like, or this is meant to be run from the command line, it looks like. That's where we're using jcommander and stuff. Process text coordinates. Import file. Model bin data. Material, okay. Yeah, see, this is what I find really strange. They're going through and they're processing the files, which is fine. You know, it's an extra step that, you know, but it is what it is. Okay. I don't necessarily think it needs to be a command line. I think we can just, I think if the files don't exist, I'll just create them, which I think is a better way of doing it. But sure, right? But what they're doing is they're writing it out as like the mesh data separate from, like, it's not writing out like the Vulkan mesh class. You know, populate the Vulkan mesh class with all the stuff that you care about and just write that class out. They're instead writing this other record out, which has less stuff in it, so that when you load it back up, you then have to then create an object out of it. It's like if you just wrote out the Vulkan mesh class to the JSON file, you just load that up directly, and then you don't have to do all this. Well, I gotta copy this over, and I gotta copy that over. I gotta loop over this list to copy these things. It's like you don't have to do any of that stuff. It's just there, right? It's just like silliness like this. And I sure, there's a purist thing here. It's like, well, it should be like the pure raw data, but like, who cares? Who cares? You can make the pure raw data. You just like put annotations on the methods you want to be ignored, and then, or the ones you don't, the ones you want to ignore that you don't want to write out to the file, and then boom, you're okay. Like I don't. It's just, some of the decisions made here are just plain silly. But yeah, this is just reading all of the mesh data and texture data and all of that stuff. And model loader is just it's just doing the JSON builder reading the file and getting from JSON, all that stuff, loading the models, loading the materials, Which, if the materials in the model are separate files, which it looks like it is, then this is where I say, like, using Google's JSON builder makes zero sense, right? Because look at how much you have to do to, like, get the stuff out of the file, right? Whereas literally in Jackson Databind, I can just say object builder equals new object builder, and then object builder, was it from string or whatever, and then files read all bytes, blah blah blah, and done. and then I have the object completely populated. Instead of having a list of material data, I'll have a list of Vulkan material, and boom, you're done. Like, you don't have to do any intermediate translation, because that's just kind of silly. That's what I don't understand there. Hey TTR, welcome on in. How you doing? So what else do I have here? It's been a while. How you doing? Model data, mesh data. So they've got tiny water cooler. What are? Huh? Okay. So the tricky part though is going to be loading their model up. So I don't know that they have it. Like I think they have the intermediate. Let me look at this thing here. I think they have the intermediate thing here. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Pets are, it's always rough to have a pet, a pet to go, especially when they're particularly long-lived, I get it. It sucks, but you know, hopefully everything. It'll take a little while, but you'll be able to cope with it. You know. Smoked cheese is getting popular. I have like $700 cash, dirty cheese. My nice, very good, very good. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good. No complaints. Just kind of running along, doing my thing. This is not the right chapter. Chapter 8. So models, cube. Oh, they do have the model. Oh, they have the objects. Okay. Well, that will be useful then, because I can read that in and generate the JSON and all that stuff. I don't know what the VTX is. Cube object, cube MTL. Oh, material, vertex, and object itself. So I guess I'll need all 3 of those or whatever. Probably. And then just whatever shaders. Okay. Not too bad. At least they have their cube model here. I could use it. So ultimately, probably a space game. But beyond that, I haven't really put too much thought into it. Because really, my goal right now is to learn how to do it. So I'm just kind of working on the engine. I'm getting the basics of the engine done. 3D. So kind of think kind of Wing Commander or Freelancer, or probably closer to Freelancer. Yeah, probably closer to Freelancer. Yeah, I'm making my own engine, so because I really wanted to learn how to do the engine stuff. Plus, I'm a coder, so I like writing code. I mean, I know I could have fired up like Godot or something like that and learned Godot, but I don't really have an idea for a game. I just kind of want to learn how to do it more than anything else. So this has been cool in like trying to learn how to do interface with the Vulkan drivers and get all that together and just get like your own custom engine built, you know. So too much UE5 Unity slop these days. Yeah, it's I mean, there's nothing wrong with like Unity or UE5 or Godot or any of those things. I have nothing against them. It's just like I just kind of want to learn something along the way. Gonna make my own IDE for it too. I'll definitely have to make tools for it. Whether they'll rise to the level of an integrated development environment is another story. But I'll definitely need some tools along the way. So we'll see how that goes. But it's all, it's all open source. All the code is out there on GitHub right now, and just, I'm gonna see where I end up, basically. The hard part right now is just trying to get the basics and also trying to learn what's going on, because when it comes to like Java and Vulkan and stuff, like there's not too much in the way of like documentation or training materials and stuff, and like this is the only book I was able to find that talks about it, and it's not talks about it is a mild mild assessment of it. It barely talks about anything. It just kind of throws things at you and says, you need this, you need that, you need this. And it's like, without really explaining why you need anything or really giving you a good picture of how everything fits together. So, you know, nothing wrong with these engines, but when amateurs use them with all the defaults like Lumen on it, it turns into unoptimized trash. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I get you. Well, that's half the problem, right? Is like we're so used to, you know, you've got a lot of people who aren't necessarily interested in the coding. They're interested in the actual development, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that means that they're not necessarily going to understand the internals of what they're doing, and they're just going to kind of roll with it. And so you end up in these scenarios where things don't perform very well, or there's just these weird decisions that have been made that don't make a whole lot of sense because they didn't really have the desire or the, you know, skills to, or the knowledge, I should say, to like do it better, you know? I'd rather build shit from the ground up, which is what I do with software anyway. I'd rather know every in and out of the software, but it takes years. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, this is going to take years, definitely. 1000%. And even then, you know, there comes a point, even when you're developing something by yourself, like there comes a point where even you don't remember half the things you've done, you know? so it's like, or why you did them, you know. My thing here is I want to get the bare bone, like I want to get the foundation done, and then I can go back and like try to figure out, do I need this? Do I need that? Is there a better way to do this? Is there a better way to do that? Because then I'll at least have a baseline to kind of branch off from. Because a lot of this stuff is going to be, I got to look at some C code and then be like, all right, well, they did it that way, so what does that look like in Java, kind of thing, you know? Once you're 100 files in, yeah, exactly. Function and file in a way that makes sense is a requirement. Yeah, exactly. And I've had a lot of complaints about. I've complained a lot about the way the code is written in this book, because a lot of it, try to find a decent example. Like a lot of it looks like it was lifted right from C, right? Because most of this stuff, most of the documentation for like Vulkan and all that stuff is written with the C programming language in mind, because it was written in C. And you then have to take that and translate it to Java, which isn't that bad, except that unless you use Java a lot and know Java, you know, you're going to do things that someone like me who uses Java all the time is going to come in and go like, what the hell? Why are you doing it this way? What is this? What is this nonsense? This looks like C. What are you doing here? You know? Java is basically high-level C. High-level C++, basically. Yeah. You hate programming. You love scripting. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's two different, you know, it's different skill sets, you know? But it's like, data types are so 20th century. Well, it's, funny enough, they're actually, one of the things that I found hilarious here is that they're actually using Java 20-ish things now, where in Java now you can do a var model, which isn't, it's still typed. It's still typed. All it's really doing is saying, instead of saying model data model, you can say var model, which is basically the equivalent of that now. So they're like, there's a lot of shortcuts being introduced into the language now for that. But it's not a JavaScript var where it can be a string or a number or anything else. It's like, it's still strongly typed. You can write entire games in Lua these days. No, I get it. Lua is like, there's some scripting languages that are really, really powerful. Lua is definitely one of the more powerful ones. And I was using a little bit of Lua when I was playing Minecraft. I was doing computer craft stuff, and I was using Lua to try to program that and stuff. And it's very powerful stuff. Do it all in a scripting language. Everything is a var, and then you construct it. Yeah, it's everything in Java. Everything is most things are reference. Java is passed by reference, so but it is still strongly typed. So everything is a type. Everything comes off of objects, so everything is an object. But you still have a strongly typed thing underneath of it. So you could theoretically, if you really wanted to, make everything an object. But then there's not much you can do with that other than say toString and then pull it into something else. Yeah, primitives. Yes, primitives are typed as well. Your custom classes are vars. The custom classes are their own type. Yeah, they're considered to be a type. Model data in here is a type. File writer is a type per se. So you can't I can't create a variable that does new file writer and then make it a new model data, right? Like the variable is tied to whatever you create. It would have to be a new variable kind of thing, You construct it as a var. Yeah. Right. But once you've constructed it, it's you can't change the type of it afterwards. You declare it as a var and then construct it as model. Oh yeah, in this case, the var keyword here is just shorthand. It's not like a var. It's not like a JavaScript var. It's just shorthand for model data model equals new model data. That's all it is. Yeah, and that's where it kind of gets a little like I'm on the fence. Like I've been using var a little bit more now because it just saves you typing. But I'm also like, this is kind of yucky because it's you do Java and you do JavaScript and the var is now a completely different thing. Although JavaScript now doesn't even call it var anymore, they call it let. So I guess there's that. So you got that going for you too. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there is still a var in JavaScript, but it's like I think they say most people are, like they try to encourage you to use let now. Yeah, let or var. Yeah, basically they're almost the same, except I think let is local scoped or something. There's some kind of underlying difference. But then you could do a let that's a global. So who knows? There's some weird thing. Some weird thing going on there under the covers, but yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. It's one of those things. But honestly, Java has gotten a lot better. It's still not. I mean, it suffers from the same thing that any language suffers from after being a language for a decade or more. You know, it's got a lot of crust, a lot of cruft over top of it, but you know, they are making improvements to it. Still rather use C Sharp. Well, but let's be honest, C Sharp is just Microsoft Java, right? Like, I picked up a book on C Sharp and I was like, oh, this is just Java, except it doesn't have proper hash maps. But it's basically the same thing. All the packages are named differently, but it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have a proper hash map. It has this shitty dictionary thing that's, you know, a poor replacement for it. But I mean, it's basically got the same syntax, you know. And it's interpreted as well. So, you know, it very, very similar in that. And now with Java, one of the things I'm going to try to do, and we'll see how successful I am with it, is you can now compile it to an executable that contains the interpreter in it already. So instead of having to have people download, you know, the JDK from a website in order to run it, you can now package a JDK in with the whatever version of JDK you want in with your code and have it be just an executable, and it'll just run like any other executable on there, except it's Java. So I want to try that out and see if I can get that to work with this once I get the foundation stuff in place. You know? Super easy to compile Python as a standalone executable. Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, it's something that I'm honestly surprised that it took so long for Java to adopt it, because it's something that we should have had a long time ago. But hey, it's there now. I think the biggest problem, the problem that was holding it back, was that they had to do a lot of fundamental changes. So like Java, what was it, 9 introduced the whole modules thing in order to enable this compiling of your code down to what you needed, so that you could only, so that everything's a module now, and you can just say, I only need these modules from the JDK, and then it could just compile it properly with only the stuff that you need, you know. Now they have Cython, which translates Python to C++ automatically, makes it run as fast as C++. Oh, that's good. That's good. I wonder yeah. That's good. I think, was it Python? I forget what it was, but yeah, it's I think the only thing, it's probably gotten a lot better since I last looked at it, but I think the only thing with Python was that some of the internal libraries were a little slow at one point, but I assume that they've been improving those over time. So I'm curious to see. I'm curious if when it cross compiles it over to C++, if it runs faster than the Python code, merely because it's using C++ standard lib stuff, you know, um, rather than the Python library. For science. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know, because there's the whole, was it million record file, challenge that they occasionally do with like Java and C and all that stuff, where try to see like how fast can you read a file with 1,000,000 records in it and sort it or something like that. I forget exactly what the challenge was. And they do it like every couple of years or something. And I remember Python, the biggest thing that was holding it back was the string processing or something was just very was slow. Like the string tokenization was slow compared to like C and whatnot. So I'm wondering if that's improved over time or not. Because Java suffers from a similar problem, but not with a similar. It's not as bad as Python was at one point, but it does also have a problem when you're tokenizing strings and stuff. Yeah. All the AI stuff is in Python. Yeah, I know. We've been deep diving on AI bullshit at work. It's just I'm so sick of it. like it's got its uses. Like when we're using AI to do like line by line code complete, it's really good. Like really, really good. But the agentic stuff is just a pain in the ass. And now they want to do like chat things to roll out like chat with AI kind of stuff to like clients and things. It's like, that brings a whole host of other just nonsense, you know? It's like, man, just trying to test that stuff is going to be a real pain in the butt, because every time you ask it the same question, you get 20 different answers. You know? So we gotta like, so that's all going to be, I mean, it's a challenge, and it's one that we're gonna face down and try to see what we can do with, but I don't think the current crop of AI has reached a level of usefulness yet. Like it's definitely it definitely has its uses, but you have to know what you're doing in order for it to be useful. And by that I mean, I would never let a junior developer use AI because they don't have enough experience to know when AI is giving them an answer that isn't going to be a very good answer in the long run, you know? But it's, and that kind of sucks because it's just like, yeah, far too often, you know, I don't know. The amount of hype that has been generated over AI does not match the usefulness of it right now, and it's not going to match the usefulness of it for a very long time, because there's just like there's a fundamental issue, you know, with AI, and that is that the most likely answer, the statistically likely answer is not always the correct answer. And that's what their models keep producing, is the statistically correct answer, and it's not. And that's why they hallucinate. Tell me if this mushroom is poisonous. The mushroom is safe. You can eat it. You told me the mushroom is safe. Now I'm at an ER dying. Oh yes, this mushroom was indeed poisonous. Do you want me to write a detailed description of the mushroom? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just, like, it has its uses. It's just not. It's not going to match the kind of marketing that is being pushed right now. And that's why we're in a bubble, because they're pushing something that isn't. They're hyping up something that can't reach the level of hype that they've generated. But they're making a crap ton of money off of it, so ultimately at the end of the day, that's what they were going for. Like, how do we make a crap ton of money off of vaporware? That's exactly what it is. Buy some in the money, put options on NASDAQ right now if you can. I ironically enough, I've had shares of Nvidia for 10 years now. And it was like I only had like 20 shares or something for the longest time, or yeah, something like that. And then I had 40 shares or something for the longest time, and they did that whole 10-for-1 stock split. So I'm like, oh, well, now I've got 10 times more. It's like, crap, now what do I do? Generational wealth transfer about to happen. Right? Oh, but that's the thing, man. It's like, and it's funny too, because my tax guy, every time I see him every year, he's like, it's like, give me some inside track on stock to buy, because your stock is really good. I'm like, I don't have an inside track. I'm like, I just saw companies that I thought were gonna be profitable for a while, and I just kind of went with them, And this was like years ago, and then it's like all of a sudden they hit freaking a gold mine with AI stuff, and it's like, oh crap. Yeah, .com and fiber optics bubble. Yep, exactly. It's exactly like the .com bubble. There was a YouTube video where someone mentioned that NVIDIA is like Cisco Systems was back during the .com bubble, right? Where Cisco put all kinds of money into, like, because they kept hyping up, like, the internet's the future. You got to be on the internet. Everything's going to be on the internet. It's going to be this big marketplace of ideas and all that stuff. And they weren't wrong. They were just, it just wasn't there yet. Like, nobody was ready to move all of their brick and mortar stores onto the internet at that point, in 1999 or whatever. And so they, in order to hype it up even more, they're like, oh, there's all this hype. We're gonna start making all this networking equipment and all these switches and all this stuff. And they had all this supply, and their demand couldn't keep up with it. And then eventually the bills come due, and everything crashed out. It was rough. I remember, like, because I was in college at the time. I remember, like, going, come home and the newspaper had the whole section, the Sunday newspaper of like job offerings in technology was like an entire section unto itself, like pages and pages and pages. And then right before I graduated and the .com bubble burst, it was down to like, 3 or 4 jobs listed in the paper, and that was it for technology that I was even remotely qualified for. For junior developers and stuff, and that was a thing, and it's going to be, I feel like, almost worse this time around because there's a crap ton more money being pumped into this bubble, and a lot of people who don't deserve to lose their jobs are going to lose their jobs, and the people who do deserve to lose their jobs are going to skate on through without any problems. Selling stocks right now. Yeah, I can only do so much. Because as soon as I sell my stocks, I gotta pay taxes on them. So I've been trying to like only do a little bit every year, but I do intend on like selling a little bit every year. And it's gonna burst, and then the stocks won't be worth anything, but it was, I invested like, what, 10 years, 15 years ago, I put like $3,000 in my investment account, and that's all I've been playing with for 15 years. Like, it's not hurting me in the long run if all those things crash out. You know what I mean? If you don't, I'll be there to say I told you so. No, I get it. I totally get that it's like, sell, and then, it's gonna crash out. And I get it. I totally do. But it's like the worst. That's the thing. Like like people look at it and go, "Oh, I lost all this money." It's like, well, you never really had the money in the first place. And if you get really technical, the most I could ever lose is the $3,000 I put in 15 years ago. Right? Everything else is just bonus at that point, right? And I've already, with other stocks I've already made that back and more. So I'm really can't lose anything per se, because it's not mine until it's in my hand anyway. And then as soon as it gets into my hand, the government's got their hand out, so it's only 70% of it is mine. Better off to sit on your money for 17 months and not lose 50% of it than take that chance. It's life of a coin. 17 months you can always buy back in. Sure. But again, that assumes that I don't care that much. Like, again, I kind of look at it as like it's a slot machine, right? Like I had, for the longest time, I had like stock in Tesla, and then I just got rid of all that at the beginning of this year, and now it's like double what it was. I'm like, whatever. It's like, I thought it was going to go down, it doubled itself, like, whatever, Even if it was $500, I care. I want to know how the financial system works, just how you're pursuing game. Oh, sure. But like I said, I take the perspective of how much of money that I've earned have I lost, and honestly, I haven't lost any, because I sold what I had and I got back what I put into it, you know. And the rest of it's just, it is what it is. Like, it's not really, you can't I how's the best way to put it? It's, everybody talks about their net worth, and you see these like billionaires and stuff, and you know their net worth is like 20 billion. But the reality of the situation is they're one bad stock market crash away from being millionaires. Theoretically. I mean, it would have to be really, really bad to get that. But you know, they're only, it's on paper, right? They're not really, I mean, yes, they can borrow against it, which is what they do, which is how they get their, you know, how they're quote unquote rich. They just borrow against funny money. But I'm not doing that. So to me, it's just like, it's a number on a page. It doesn't really mean anything until it's actually in my hands. Millionaire is still better than where I'm at. Oh yeah, I mean, millionaire is better than where I'm at too. By a long shot. But you know, it's like, there's certain things I just can't get upset about. And this is just one of those things where I don't have the ability to get upset about it because it's monopoly money right now. Right? It's like getting upset at free parking at, you know, the people who put monopoly money under the free parking thing. And so when you land on there, you get money for free parking, even though you're not supposed to do that. You know, it's like, who cares? Who cares? Right? I mean, that's the way they want to play. That's the way they want to play. Being upset about just talking about, oh no, I get it. You want to take advantage of the situation, but it's like, my problem is that theoretically I could take advantage of the situation, but practically I don't want to get hit with the taxes at the end of it. You know. So while yes, I can get a bunch of money out of it, I just don't want to deal with the tax implications of it. I'd rather do a little bit at a time and deal with the taxes a little bit at a time. I don't care about taxes you make in millions. Yeah, this is not millions, you know. Pay your share. Oh yeah. If it was a lottery ticket, and you know, if it was the Powerball and we were getting $700 million, that's different. I'd be like, yeah, hell, take whatever taxes you want out of it. I don't care. just make sure I have at least $1 million of that left over. You know, but this is it's not that. Let's put it that way. Not that at all. So I can afford to be just like more laissez-faire about it, I feel like, personally. Now, I mean, yeah. I'm very I'm lucky that I have a steady job that I like, and that I enjoy, so I can be a little more hands off with it. You know, if I was in a situation where I absolutely positively needed the money, then that would also be a different situation. Buying Microsoft shares in 17 months. I already have Microsoft shares, and I don't know. I honestly don't think Microsoft is going to be a good long-term investment anymore, honestly. I mean, I'll stick with, I don't have that many shares. I got like 20 shares or whatever. It's nothing. but I don't think I would put any more money into them, because what they're doing with Windows 11 and what Valve is doing with the Steam machine and stuff, like, I think people are finding more and more reasons to just get away from Microsoft as far as Windows is concerned. And Windows is still, I believe, is still their flagship product. I mean, they might make more money now from data centers and maybe Office 365, but Office 365 works in a web browser, right? So you don't necessarily need Windows for that anymore, you know? Microsoft, Apple, Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, all those companies, low debt and good balance sheets will survive. Yeah, sure. Apple will definitely survive. Apple, interestingly enough, as much as I hate Apple, they've taken the very conservative approach, and I think it's going to serve them well. Because they're not flashy or anything, but they're just kind of hanging on to what they've got. They're niche, and they're hanging on to their niche, kind of thing. Azure is where the big money is. Cloud computing for all the big players. Yeah, I would think that Azure's doing pretty good. Although, I mean, they don't hold a candle to AWS. Or, honestly, I feel like Google probably... I don't know where Google's cloud infrastructure is on there, but I would think that they're probably number 2 behind AWS, right? And then Microsoft's probably number 3, but I don't know. I haven't looked recently to see who was where or what when it comes to that. I'm kind of I would never use Google Cloud if I could help it, because from a business perspective, you need to be able to get a human being on the phone when stuff goes down, and you're never going to get a human being on the phone with Google. And already they've, I mean, there was that one financial company that lost all of their data, and had they not been paranoid and had everything backed up on a different cloud provider, they would have been turbo fucked. But instead they got out of it, yeah, Google is a hard, like, as prolific as Google is, it's a hard sell for in a corporate setting, because you have SLAs and stuff that you need service level agreements and all kinds of things with your customers, and you need to be able to turn around things fast, and that means you need to be able to, like, have an actual support line with these companies. And Google, like, good luck getting any kind of support out of Google. Like, good freaking luck, I would take, honestly, I would take Microsoft over Google anytime when it came to cloud stuff, because at least you can get somebody on the phone if you shout loudly enough, Same with AWS. I mean, I'm no huge fan of AWS, but their shit works, and when there's an outage, they're very respondent to the outage, so is what it is. Been there, did that. Specifically chose companies that can get someone on the phone. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you kind of have to, right? You kind of have to. It's not a question of being old school or anything. It's a question of, like, at some point in time, shit's going to hit the fan, and you need to be able to, the faster you can recover from shit hitting the fan is going to make all the difference between whether or not you have any customers left afterwards, right? Because it's going to, because if the weakest link in the chain, the weakest link in the chain is always going to be Google. Hands down, is always going to be the weakest link in the chain. And if they don't give a rat's ass how bad you look to your customers, because it doesn't affect them. you know? I mean, that's how it usually goes. I mean, hell, their flagship products, the thing that makes them all the money, the Google AdWords. I worked at a company whose entire product was to give Google AdWords a better, like an actual usable usable UI. AI. What am I talking about? Usable UI. Because they cared so little about having a UI that that marketers could actually use, and yet it was their flagship product, and it was like a freaking nightmare to use. And we had a product that we sold that used the API in the background and gave a better experience all around and better information and all that stuff. It was just crazy pants. Yeah, all their money is from ads. I mean, they even acknowledge, right, that they're an advertising company. All the stuff, all the products that they have that survive because they can push ads through them. You know? So desperate to shove ads down everyone's throat. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, and I think it's, I think they're realizing too that they've reached a saturation point where there's so many ads now that, they're pushing ads so desperately at people that people are now pushing back and saying, like, okay, this is enough. I can't take this anymore. And so I think they're somewhere in Google HQ, someone is shitting bricks because the internet's finally going, you know what? Screw this. I'm blocking all these ads. They're just getting ridiculous at this point. Yeah, right? The entire point of, like, that was, like, the killer part of, like, Netflix and, Paramount Plus and all that stuff was like, hey, I can watch a show and not have 25,000 ads. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, you got 25,000 ads. You don't want the ads. You got to pay even more money. It's like, and even when you pay even more money, we're still going to throw you some ads, Like, it pisses me off to no end. I have Amazon Prime, and it pisses me off to no end that there's a couple shows, even though I have the non-ad tier, that will still show ads during the show. I'm like, this is insufferable. This is absolutely insufferable. I cannot deal with it. You still block the Amazon Prime ads on your... Yeah, I have to figure out what I can do with some of that too. You can ad block stack if you want. So I use I use a special one on Twitch, because there's no way I'm going to pay for Twitch Turbo when I'm already paying for Amazon Prime. Like, screw that noise. Like, you ain't double dipping on me, you bastards. Yeah, for Twitch, I have a Grease Monkey script that I use that someone made on the internet. That allows the ad to play, but it mutes it and puts it in the background, and then pulls the small mini player and puts that front and center. So you still get to watch the stream uninterrupted and listen to it uninterrupted, but for the time that the ads are playing, it's at 360p or something, which not a big deal. Like most of the time, I have a stream on in a background tab anyway, so as long as I can still hear it, I'm usually good with that. Or 480p, yeah, something like that. Yeah, VAFT, right, exactly. That's what I'm using. Yeah, using that, and that works really well. That works really, really well. And then on Linux here, I use CAT, C-A-T-T, to stream Twitch and YouTube and stuff to my TV, my Chromecast. And that unfortunately it doesn't show the ads, but it doesn't block them either. So it's like when an ad break happens, you get that like purple screen that keeps coming up saying there's an ad playing, and it cycles every 12 seconds. So it's still interrupted, but at least I'm not subjected to the brain numbing ads anyway. You know? For everything else, use uBlock Origin. Yeah. I still got uBlock Origin on here because I'm using Thorium as my browser, which is based on Chromium, but they still allow for the plugins and stuff, because I think Chrome updated the plugin architecture so like uBlock and stuff wouldn't work and stuff like that. So you have custom filters for YouTube. Yeah, YouTube, I use YouTube a lot for stuff. So I actually pay for YouTube Premium, which to me was worth it. They keep upping the price, which is making it less and less worth it. But I watch so much YouTube that I'm like, I'll pay the piper for that one. So I do pay for YouTube Premium, which is so I haven't seen any ads on YouTube for like 7 or 8 years now. Yeah. For your non-PC devices, recommend setting up a Pi-hole. I was looking into Pi-hole. I do have a Raspberry Pi sitting on the desk here that I'm not using. And we'll see. I looked at it and I was like, okay, yes, it blocks ads, but it can also be a bit of a pain in the neck sometimes. From what I could tell, like sometimes it'll block things, but it doesn't necessarily intelligently block things. Because on some sites I might want ads to come through. Sites that aren't egregious about it, kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, you could do it, but you have to like customize all this stuff, and it's like, never caved into YouTube and haven't had ads for, or like Google extort me and not have ads. Yeah, sure. I don't begrudge anyone saying like, I'm not going to pay for this thing. For me, it was like, YouTube is like, I literally don't watch TV anymore. Like I watch YouTube. So I was like, maybe I should pay for this. Maybe it's better off to just deal with it. And it's not like it's not a Twitch Amazon thing where like Amazon Prime used to give me no ads on Twitch. and Amazon owns Twitch. And then they're like, screw you, we want to double dip, so now you gotta, you gotta pay for Twitch Turbo. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Just not gonna do it. Not at all. Like, I'm paying for Amazon Prime, for crying out loud, and Amazon Prime keeps going up. It's like, I'm not gonna pay for that and for Twitch at the same time. You gotta be freaking out of your gourd. But YouTube being YouTube, I was like, it's different. I'll try it. Yeah. I haven't had cable TV in more than 14 years. I still have cable because I have a triple play plan. So I've got Verizon Fios. So I've got the Fios plus the phone and the cable. And so I was like, yeah, whatever. I could remove probably the cable at some point, but I'm like, I'm probably going to need it anyway for the internet, so like, who cares, right? If integrity any of these companies trying to I get it. I really do. It's just there are times where I'm like, is this worth all the extra nonsense or not? Plus, I also look at the like a lot of the YouTubers that I watch, like they get a cut of the money from YouTube Premium, based on how much I watch them. So it's like, okay. I mean, they're gonna get some of that will make it to the YouTubers. A couple pennies will probably make it to them, and that's probably worth it, So I kind of look at it that way. Whereas Twitch Turbo is like, yes, some of that will make it to the streamers, but the Twitch is the percentage there is just nonsense, just absolute nonsense. That is a nice feeling. I mean, it's like, consider yourself lucky if you get a like. Yeah. No, I used to get really upset when people like at the very, like before the video even started, they're like and subscribe and ring the bell and all this stuff. It's like, I'm not even like 10 seconds into your video that's 20 minutes long. Like, give me a freaking break here. But now I'm like, whatever. Because the problem with that is, for the longest time, I do YouTube videos, I do YouTube streaming, right? I've been doing it since 2013, and for the longest time, I insisted that I would never say like, ring the bell, leave a like, all that stuff. Because for me, I don't care about the numbers, so none of that makes any difference to me. And then this year, starting in January of this year, all of this year, on my streams, at the end of the stream, I say, hey, if you have a like or a subscribe that you can spare, consider tossing it my way, kind of thing. It helps out a lot. And god damn it, it fucking works. Like, all of my numbers for this year, and I've been streaming, since I've been streaming on YouTube since 2015. I've been doing YouTube videos since 2013, and all this year I've been getting more numbers, more views than I've ever gotten in all those years. That I didn't freaking beg for for likes and subscribes. Like, god damn it. Congrats, your knee beggar. I know. It sucks. I don't want to beg for numbers that I don't give a fuck about, but you know, it's like what's up, e-beggar? But it's just like, god damn it, it freaking works. It annoys me to no end because I'm like, I don't like doing that. I don't like it at all. Because again, I like numbers. I don't want to care about the numbers, but at the same time, YouTube and Twitch, they always push the freaking numbers constantly. It's like, well, if I don't at least care a smidgen about the numbers, then, you know, I won't get anywhere with it. Not that I have anywhere to get with it, but you know, I feel like after all this time of streaming and not being a Twitch affiliate, because I never could get the numbers to be a Twitch affiliate, and not being a YouTube member or a YouTube partner, because I could never get the numbers to be either of those, I feel like at some point I should probably at least get over that hurdle. Hot tub stream when. Now let's I do have some scruples. I do have some standards. How long have I been doing these streams for? Since 2015. Yeah. And I was doing YouTube starting in 2013, where I was just doing YouTube videos without streaming. Yeah. It's been a long time. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should have something to show for all that. Because I never wanted to engage in all that bullshit. And you know, and to be fair, to be honestly, truthful, 100% fair, I ain't the most interesting person ever either. Right? Like, I get it. I'm boring. I know I'm boring. But I just enjoy creating stuff. You know? So, but I thought, like, at the start of this year, I was like, you know what? I'll sell a piece of my soul. Why the hell not? It's 2025. I'll sell a piece of my soul and just see what happens. And damn it, it just freaking, the return on investment on that little piece of soul is just, you know, you can't argue with it. Gotta sell the programming theme more, embrace it. There's a lot of interest in programming. Well, that's the thing. That's doing the programming streams. I held off on doing programming streams for many, many years. Like, I was just doing the game streams, and there's two reasons for that. One is that I can't do the programming streams every night because I'll burn out too fast. Like, I just can't. I can't code during the day and then at nighttime code some more. It's just like, it's too much. So I have to do game streams because it gives my mind a break, you know? So that's why I only do them twice. Like, I only do them Friday nights and Saturday nights. Because more than that, it starts to get to be too much. And even then, I kind of, there's some nights where I just kind of dread it. There's been a couple Fridays and a couple Saturdays where I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna play a game tonight. I'm not gonna do coding, you know. But for the longest time, I didn't do it. In addition to that, I didn't do it because I thought, this is boring. Nobody wants to watch this. And then I kind of, like, I guess it was 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago when I was coding, well, I was helping out with the coding Glimish, because Glimish was open source, and that was that streaming service when that was up. And I started streaming myself doing, features for Glimish. It was only then that I realized, like, you know what? If I enjoy something, there's probably someone somewhere else who enjoys watching it, So why not just go for it and see what happens, So that's how it started. I was like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, maybe when I started. And it's, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's mostly me cursing and and complaining about the code, but I mean, that's not unlike a typical day at work. I'm working all day. I don't want to work more and record myself doing it, all things. Yeah, I mean, technically, this is like hobby work versus like getting paid for it work. So it is different, but at the same time, I'm using all the same skills, and so it's like, you're still using all the same muscles in your brain, right? And it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm up for it sometimes. You're at the same point where you don't need to do any of this. You're making good money, pursuing your passion. You have so many things on the side. You don't need to be streaming. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Having a lot of stuff on the side. I think the problem that I've been running into a lot lately is motivation. Like I haven't uploaded a video onto my main YouTube channel in a while, and I've got videos like recorded, ready to be edited and stuff, but I just kind of like, my motivation just disappeared at some point, and I'm having a hell of a time trying to like re-motivate myself. I've been doing these streams with the game development stuff mostly because this is the only time I actually do anything with the game development stuff. Like, I should be working on this off stream, but I don't, and I'm not motivated to. And the stream itself kind of gives me a motivation to do it. But it's like, I don't know what happened. Like, I used to be really self-motivated, and like I had goals and everything else, and then I guess I just kind of hit all the goals that I had, and then I didn't have any new goals to replace it with, and now I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know if I feel like doing anything. That's really one of the things right now. One of Warren Buffett's investment is invest in what you have the capability in, because you're better placed to know whether it's over or under. Yeah, exactly. Lead company like a pet or someone. Yeah, I've thought about getting a pet a couple times. Getting a dog. But the opposite side of getting a dog is that the thing that holds me back there too is like, right now, if I want to just get up and go somewhere, I can just get up and go somewhere. And with a dog, you kind of have to worry about, or a pet, you have to worry about like, oh, I gotta get back to take care of them, I gotta get back to feed them, and all this stuff. It's like, do I want that responsibility right now when I can when I'm barely motivated to be responsible as it is, that kind of thing. So need more social in my life to motivate me? Maybe. I don't know. I'm an introvert, so the idea of interacting with people is not high on my list. In fact, I try to avoid as much as I can. I mean, internet is different because it's, at best I'm interacting with text. and so it feels different in my head, um, whether it really is or not. But it's real life is it's it's one of those things. It's just like, I can go out for a walk and I could say hi to people as I'm out for a walk, but beyond just pleasantries, it's not really my thing. The two cats, they have to get out of bed every day. Getting them a yard is what drives me to keep pushing. Yeah, no, I mean, it's good. They definitely give you a reason to do things. I'm not saying that isn't the case. Um, it's just I'm weighing it against. I'm weighing it against all the other variables as well, right? Like, because they, especially if we're talking a dog, like, you need to be able to pay attention to them. You need to be able to give them, play with them, spend time with them, all that stuff. And it's like, do I have the capability to stay on top of that? Is the thing that I keep asking myself. Got your old cat cremated privately and got the ashes back. Promised him a yard, so I'm going to use his ashes to plant a tree. I have a land plan to buy an acreage and build a homestead. Hey, there you go. There you go. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, I own the house that I'm in, so I don't have, and I like this house, so I have no real reason to go anywhere or do anything, but yeah. Dog is easy because they're smart enough to be with you all the time. Cats are harder because you need to keep them home. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, dogs are a thing. Oh, hey, Tech, welcome on in. Buy any first print, be sure to get the Satori Carmen. Just got mine. You can point out so much with it. It's fun. Okay, cool. It's going good. It's going good, Tech. How you doing? Oh, you want both a dog and a cat? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not much of a cat guy. I've always had dogs growing up, and I kind of like that. I've thought about, if I get a dog, should I get two dogs, because then they can, like, keep each other company too. But then it's like twice the responsibility as well. I'm like, I'm already worried about the responsibility for one. Do I just go all in and get two? You want like two of each minimum, because when you're not there, which happens a lot, then you keep each other. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, I work from home, so it's not like I'd have to worry about leaving them at home, which is one of the reasons why I didn't get one for the longest time. Was like, I don't want to leave them at home all day while I go to work. But ever since the COVID stuff, I've been, they shut down our office and we've been working remotely. And so I'm home all day. So it's not like I have to, that's one less variable. I can be there for them and all that stuff. So cats, though, are easy to care for. Dogs, you always have to take out outside a ton every day. Yeah, but and that's kind of why I gravitate to dogs more, is because you'd have to be a little bit more on top of your game. I also don't like. I don't like the fact that cats get into everything. Like, you could try and keep them out of stuff, but they'll just force their way into all these things, and I don't. Yeah, that's the one part I don't like. Whereas a dog will be, yes, they'll be mischievous from time to time, but they won't, like, they won't jump up on the countertop while you're making food or something like that. You know? This is pure love. It's just twice the food, water, and cleaning. It's true. It is twice the food, water, and cleaning, but that's that. I mean, that's part of it, right? That comes with it. Dogs, if you have a big yard and doghouse, you don't need to take them out all the time. You can leave them in the yard. See, I don't. I get that there are outdoor dogs. I've never liked the idea of having an outdoor dog. I've always preferred having the dogs be inside the house, because to me it's they're more integrated with the family. You know, they're more family that way. Which is not true, but that's like how it feels in my head. Is like they become more of a family member than if they're outside all the time. But it also depends on the breed too. Like some breeds are, they're working breeds, and you have them on farms, and they're outside all the time doing their thing. That's the other thing too with dogs. You got to be careful what breed you get, because if you get one that's really needs a lot of attention, that can be a problem. The nice thing too is I have an app now on my phone, so on longer prints I can look at it anytime I even stop or pause. Oh, there you go. Yeah, for the 3D printing apps and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I mean that's almost. I feel like that's almost a necessity, right? Because those prints could take quite a long time to go, and if they're you're not going to be sitting there watching it the whole time. So having an app on your phone for it would be great. Uh, I thought it would be inside when they're outside when I'm not, because I simply can't come home and take them out. Yeah, I get. Okay, so I get what you're saying. Making them hold their. Yeah, that's where cats are nice, because they can use a litter box. You just need to. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It's. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like I'm trying to figure out what's. Uh, like I'm trying to figure out how to, because the thing is, um, like creating videos and writing code and all that stuff. Those were all very powerful motivators I had for the longest time. Um, and it's just recently that uh, it's been a lot more difficult to just kind of um, to get the same. What's the word I'm looking for? To get the same kind of feeling out of them. You know what I mean? Like I'm still coding, I still enjoy it, and I still do it for work, and I'm still getting stuff done at work. But things are taking longer to get done at work than I would like, and distracted more often, work-wise, I should say, during the day than I should be, and stuff like that. It's just kind of like, it feels like I have to readjust, or somehow just kind of like a funk, kind of thing. It keeps you going. It's that you're always learning. It's always something different. Yeah, and that's why I like the job that I'm in, is that we are always doing something a little bit different. Like it's the same app. It's a very big app we're working on. It's a very small team, so we have to work on a lot of different pieces of the app, and we're constantly updating, and we're constantly looking at new ways of doing things. And so that's motivating in and of itself. I think too. maybe some of this AI stuff has been kind of pissing me off as well, because like I want to learn it, but I don't want. But I feel like we're not at the where we should be at the learning stage. Instead, they're kind of like forcing us into production stage on something we don't really believe in yet, you know? And that's like, I'm not getting the same kind of good, happy feelings out of learning the AI stuff as I would other things where I'm like, oh, this might be a good alternative to what we're doing, or that might be a good alternative to what we're doing, you know? Um, so it's some of that too, and just seeing that kind of getting pushed through come hell or high water, you know, damn the torpedoes kind of thing, right? So, I don't know. This one compared to the first one, take an 8-hour print on the first one, this new one in 45 minutes to 1 hour is wild nice. To snuggle, acts like share a PC. Yeah. Yeah, the having cat snuggle up to you and stuff. Yeah. No, I understand the advantages of it. I grew up in a, like, my mom was not fond at all of cats, and so I kind of like got some of that got some of that attitude from her, even though, you know, I've never had as big a problem as she had with cats. Like, she really hated them. She really did not like them. She was a dog person through and through. And I guess some of that rubbed off, even though I don't particularly harbor any strong feelings about it. But yeah. Need more passions. Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that. And I've tried, you know, this isn't the necessarily the first time that I've been in a slump. And I tried different things. Like, I many years ago tried to learn. I thought I would try to learn to play the guitar, and I purchased like an online course and stuff for a little bit, and it's just like I realized very quickly that I don't have the ear for it. I just like it was like I was trying it, but it wasn't like, that was kind of one of those things where I probably needed a human to drag me through it, because I wasn't I was trying it, but it wasn't like, nothing was clicking with me. And then, you know, as tech has been talking about the 3D printing stuff, I've been interested in maybe looking at some of that, maybe doing figuring out how 3D printing works and stuff. Though I don't, not going to be this year, because I don't want to spend any more money this year. I do have some sort of budget, but maybe next year look into, you know, maybe in January or something, look into a 3D printer and stuff. See what that involves, and, you know, we'll see. You have a 3D printer, spent 7 years upgrading and upgrading. Yeah, there you go. It's arguably one of your passengers. Yeah. I mean, there's that. I also, funny enough, I was looking at the township that I live in has opened up a maker studio, and I got an email from them the other day. We're like, hey, we're opening up this brand new studio for makers, where you can like rent out space and stuff, and we have all kinds of. I guess I don't know if you bring your own tools or if you can rent their tools, or I'm not sure how that actually works because I've never done anything like that. But they were offering like workshops to come in and like learn how to do woodworking stuff. Like one of the ones I was looking at was how to make a cutting board, for food preparation, cutting board out of wood and stuff. I was like, oh, I've never had any shop classes or anything, and I've never been particularly good with my hands, but it might be interesting to like, if it's like a beginner's track, which I think it is, maybe that would be interesting to look at or something like that. You pay a membership fee and then you use all their facilities, CNC machines, tools. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, I figured that was the case, right? Because you're going into a studio that has all kinds of stuff already for it. So I was kind of looking at that. I was like, oh, that might be interesting, because I think it was like, I want to say it was like $160 or something for the course, which in the grand scheme of things is probably not that bad. So I don't know. I might even look at that, Even pottery. Yeah, something. I mean, if I had my druthers, and I know this is like super unlikely. I like swords, and I actually have a sword in the other room. But I like swords and forging and stuff. If I could have ever gotten any kind of, if I felt like I had any kind of training or could have any kind of training in like forging things, that might have been something I would have been interested in. But I feel like that time is well past. Like I don't think I could do anything like that now. I feel like that was something that I would have had to got into as a younger man. Plenty of time to have your own kiln, start forging. Have plenty of time to start forging. It takes 10,000 hours to become a master. Yeah. I still feel like that's one of those things where I think it would be really cool, but I also don't know that I could keep up with it enough to do it, because it's one of those things where you gotta really keep with it. And you're not necessarily making something, whereas you look at the woodworking thing, I could be making stuff that I would actually use, whereas the forging stuff, maybe not. You might be making stuff that you could use, you might not be making stuff you could use. It's kind of a up in the tossing it up in the air there a little bit. And to me, it's like, it comes down to, it's a more practical thing. It's like, I get that, the fun of it is just making anything, regardless of what it is. But then, for me, I kind of look at it as like, well, I would only really, like, even with the 3D printing, I'm like, I only really want to make, like, small stuff that I can use. I don't have the desire to make anything, like, crazy awesome with it, just like little crap that I need here and there. Like, what if I use railway pins and nails and screws and dust to make a knife? Yeah, because I was watching somebody on YouTube do something like that. It was like he took a whole bunch of old nails, like big nails, and just melted them down in a kiln in the furnace, and then forged that into like a kitchen knife or something. It was kind of cool. It was cool to see. It was cool to see the I forget the name of it, but it's like they it has a specific name, and it's left my brain, but it was like a you put multiple layers together and you build up like the surface on it. And it's like a rough sort of surface, but it's you could sharpen it out and stuff, and it's multiple layers of material. And I forget, there's a specific name for it, and I can't think of it at the moment. But like that stuff looked really, really cool when they were doing that too. But yeah, get off the computer and get your hands dirty. Callous burns, blood, sweat, and tears. Maybe. I don't know. I like to create stuff, but I don't necessarily like to use my hands. Yeah, that's kind of my dichotomy. Is like I like that's why I write code for a living. It's like I like to make stuff, but I don't necessarily want to use my hands to do it. 100% endorse it. Will support the endeavor. Yeah. No, it's fun. It's these are ideas certainly. I just have to figure out what tickles my brain. That's the hard part. It's just figuring out what I can latch onto. Yeah. If I ever do some forging streams, I'll drop some bits and subs. Well, we'll start with the 3D printing and see if the 3D printing goes well, then maybe I'll start looking at at other things, or maybe I'll take this woodworking class and see if it's interesting or not. I don't know. See if I can do it. I feel like it's, having not had any shop classes as a kid, like I'm wondering whether I'd even qualify as a beginner. Using clipper and printing at 0.08 millimeters per layer, 8 micron per layer at 16 millimeters per second in or micrometers or whatever in some parts. Microscopic levels of prescription. Yeah, there you go. It's awesome. For the printer you built yourself. Cool. That's really cool. That is really cool. I've thought about, because there's two things I've had in my brain that sort of tickle my brain. One is the 3D printing, and the other one is the FPGA stuff. So like doing hardware emulation. And I was like, what if I could 3D print a integrated circuit and stuff? But I hear that's a lot more complicated than than just doing a 3D printing. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll just start small. Start with the actual 3D printing. Doing that. If you need any tips, let me know. Been on Steam forever. Hands on. I don't buy pre-builts. You want to do the old school PCB etching and stuff. 3D printing is for the casings. Okay. Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, it's like. Yes, the etching and stuff is kind of what I was thinking there. I just it all conflates in my head into one thing. But yeah, there's that. Because I imagine they have like. Because a lot of people, a lot of the like tech tubers I see go out. They go out to they'll send their designs to like a third party, and they'll print the board for them. So even that would be fine if I could figure out like how to do even that, like make a model that's good enough that some third party could print it for like PCB way or something like that, you know. You want to send the designs to company to build them for, yeah, exactly. Not worth it to try and do it yourself. The manufacturing is so cheap these days. Designs where money's. I got you. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of the. That makes sense from what I've been seeing. You know, like when you look at YouTube videos and stuff like that, and they're like, "Yeah, I sent this off to PCB Way and got it for cheap and all that stuff." It's like, okay, because who was doing it? Was it Ben? I forget the guy's name. It was like Ben something. He used to do a lot of YouTube videos where he would, like, I think the last one I saw of his, he was doing like a custom, almost Game Boy thing where he had like he took the guts of a game, like a Game Boy, and he made his own PCB and stuff, and for like a different LCD screen or something like that. I forget exactly what it was. Try and make something. I feel like you and me and my guys could do something cool shit. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to learn all that, because I would like to do, like, because I have the I like classic gaming and stuff. And I've bought the analog, like Analog does a lot of the old FPGA boards and stuff for like Nintendo and SNES and all that stuff. So I've got like some of their stuff here. And I think they just did a GameCube or something, or an N64, I think is the latest one that they're doing. So I'm kind of fascinated by the whole FPGA stuff, and there was one, I don't know if it qualifies as FPGA, but there's like a Commander 64 or something, which I think is just the Commodore 64 hardware but miniaturized. So I don't think it's technically FPGA. I think it's actually just, they just took everything, the guts of the Commodore 64, and miniaturized it down. So stuff like that always fascinates me, because it's like you're preserving. I like the idea of preserving old stuff. Like when I first got into coding, one of the things I was doing was like learning how to write emulators, and like writing Nintendo emulators and stuff like that. And I still have a passion for doing some of that, like emulating old games on software and all that stuff, Father was an electronics engineer, worked on radars and radar jammers in our military, and I French some confidential shit. Helps me a lot in terms of electronics. Been known for almost a decade, professional designer to university for graphics design. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, electronics. That was one of the things. A couple of guys that I hung around with went into the hardware side of things, electronics engineer kind of thing. Whereas I went software. I kind of wonder, like, that I like watching people work on the hardware. Like there's a couple YouTubers that do like arcade machines, like they restore old arcade machines and stuff. And I'm always fascinated to watch them go through and troubleshoot the hardware and figure out what's going on. And even like things like Adrian's Digital Basement and stuff like that, where he does like old Macs and old C64s and all that stuff. And it's just kind of fascinating to just watch them go through the diagnostic process and do the soldering and all that stuff. So that's all stuff that I find interesting too. Yeah. Other people can count on 100%. There's a carpenter and a psychologist. Carpenter's trying to build a business building arcade machines. Oh, there you go. Yeah. No, I think that's some of the stuff they do for like the arcade. Like, there's still some arcades in the country, and they're usually like independent, like sort of mom and pop things, and a lot of them do videos on YouTube where they're like, okay, we got some new machines at auction and they're a mess, so we gotta clean them up and get them working and fix up the cabinet and all that stuff, and it's got tons of holes in it and we gotta patch all the holes up and everything. It's really cool to see. Yeah. Your guy and my guy should get in touch. Yeah. No, there's a lot of YouTube videos out there of people who do like the arcade machine restorations and all that stuff. It's really neat. It's really neat. Pinball machines, stuff like that. Yeah. The pinball machines are the ones that are like damn near insanity, right? It's like, because you've got all kinds of light bulbs and mechanical actuators and all kinds of stuff that could just go wrong. You have to like test every one of those things as you're going around, you know? I actually never thought to tell them to refurbish old ones. Yeah, I mean, and you don't. The funny thing about that is you've got Mister and all that stuff now, which are software emulators for most of the hardware, most of the arcade cabinets of old, and so like you can almost just throw a mini computer, into an arcade cabinet and have it run hundreds of different arcade games and have them all just work, He was asking me about how to wire ones he's building himself with emulators and stuff. So that's easy peasy to me. I just tell him how to wire it up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, like with emulators and stuff, like seriously, like just get a little tiny. I mean, you can even do. Some of them probably will work on a Raspberry Pi even, and you just get a little Raspberry Pi. Put a flavor of Linux on it. Get the arcade emulator. It's not Mister. Is it Mister? I forget the name of it. There's an arcade emulator out there that's very, very popular, and you could probably run it like any machine off of it you want to. At that point, it's just a matter of hooking up the arcade joystick, which you can get like an X Arcade or something like that. Hook that up to it through USB, and then you just build the freaking cabinet. You know what I mean? Yeah. These days he's using Android phones. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's even smaller, right? You use the Android phone for it. You even have a translation layer for Windows. Yeah. Yeah, Windows, you can actually run Android stuff on Windows now natively, I think. Windows 11. Yeah. Yeah. Win later. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Um, I for, yeah, there's some kind of Android emulation layer now, I think built into Windows 11. If I'm not mistaken. Because you can also do Windows subsystem for Linux, which I use on my streaming box, which is where I do my multi-streams from. So that's where I've got Windows subsystems for Linux running on there, running Ubuntu, which is running Nginx, which is then OBS is connecting to that locally, and then Nginx, I have the configuration set up to send RTMP streams out to all the different places. So 1440p 60 to YouTube, and then 1080p 60 to Twitch and Valora, and that's been working really well. It's been working really well. I wish I could go full Linux on my streaming box, but it's I've tried it and it's not quite there yet. People upgrading their phone every year, they don't even realize their phone is so powerful it's basically a computer. Oh yeah, definitely. 100%. I mean, I'm still on a Pixel 6 and it still works just fine for everything I need. I that's one of the few things where I went with, where I was like, if you're going to get an Android phone, get a Google Pixel phone. That's one of the few things where I'll say get Google, because those phones, they support them for so much longer than any, like Samsung or anyone else does, You'd go full Linux if it weren't for games, honestly. Well, it depends on the games. If you're talking about multiplayer games with anti-cheat, then if that's what you mostly play, then yeah, you'll have problems. But for everything else, it's a breeze. Mostly, I say that having AMD hardware through and through, but NVIDIA is starting to actually take Linux seriously now, and they're starting to release drivers that actually work well. So, in another year, maybe NVIDIA will catch up with that, but Battlefield 6 couldn't play without Windows. Oh yeah, no, Battlefield 6 you couldn't play without Windows. This computer is dual booted. Well, tri-boot it really. This is two Linux on it and Windows. So if I ever really, really wanted to play like Battlefield 6 or something, which I don't, but if I really wanted to, I could just reboot into Windows 11 and just play it there. But everything else, Linux became my daily driver this year, and it's been fine. It's been fine. Full AMD 2, full custom hardline water cooled loops. Oh, there you go. Fuck Windows. There you go. There you go. Yeah. No. Yeah, but I've had really very few problems. I mean, I'm running Debian 13. I don't have that many problems with games. I think they actually hit a milestone the other day where it's like 90% of all games now work successfully on Linux. It's just mostly the multiplayer. Like, if it's easy anti-cheat, it will probably work, unless they specifically disable it. But any other anti-cheats, like kernel level anti-cheats are a non-starter. Linux will never allow those in the kernel, and for good reason. They really shouldn't be in the kernel. Um, so, but I think now with Valve pushing the Steam machines now, um, even if the Steam machine is $850 or whatever, it's, I think, going to push a lot of people to finally start to take Linux more seriously, especially given that how Windows is just like mucking with everybody's privacy and Copilot and all this other nonsense, and it's so many things are broken now and stuff like that. So we'll see. It's dumb though. There's no reason kernel level anti-cheats shouldn't be supported. Linux fully supports CPM and secure boot now. It's on principle though, right? Yes, they support TPM and secure boot, but on principle, you don't want anti-cheats at the kernel level ever, because what happens is if that anti-cheat has a security flaw or otherwise any other kind of flaw, you've now bricked your machine, because it's at the kernel level, and that's why they don't want them at the kernel level. You know what I mean? So yeah, I fully support Linux saying hell no. The kernel's the kernel, and nothing gets access to the kernel unless we can see the entire code of it and make sure that it's not, it's open. It's got to be open source and available to be modified. you know. The support is there, and if I want to run my game in an unsafe manner, let me do it. That's the entire point behind the piece. Sure. The problem is it's yeah. I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the idea that they're not going to let anything at that level. I think the gamble is not worth. Like, I think the problem is by allowing it to happen, they're allowing EA and stuff to put everybody at risk, And it's like I don't like that idea. I don't like I don't like that EA is allowed to just kind of be terrible and be terrible at the kernel level. It's kind of like Windows 11 putting Copilot in everything. I think that's terrible. I want to shut that down. I don't want Copilot, so I want to shut it down, and then they re-enable it, and then you shut it down, and they re-enable it, and then they re-enable it in a way that you can't shut it down easily. You have to do all these workarounds to shut it down. It's like, no, it shouldn't even be allowed in the first place. It should be opt-in. And I feel the same way about the kernel level anti-cheat. It's like it should not be. I should be able to play the game without that. Like, if I don't like kernel level anti-cheat, then make it so that I can play single player, or make it that I can play with potential cheaters. Like, isolate me from the rest of the group, but let me play the game. That's what I feel like. The idea that it's all or nothing, and that, oh, by the way, we don't have to have the best programmers at all to do it. It could be, we could have a flaw in it that never gets patched, and now, and the other thing is those anti-cheats don't necessarily clean themselves up either, right? Like, I remember there was one of them, I forget which one it was, where you uninstall the game that needed it, but the anti-cheat hung around, even after the game was uninstalled. It's like for years you could have this anti-cheat still running that has access to your entire machine, but nothing actually, that needs it. It's just like, ugh, I hate it. Grew up downloading games on uTorrent because I didn't want my parents to pay for games I just wanted to try. So well, yeah, but I get what you're saying, but I think there's certain things that I think that allowing a game to I don't know. I'm in the to me it's not a matter of let me do what I want with my PC. It's more a matter of at least give me a way to not have my privacy and everything else destroyed in the process, I guess. And I feel like something installing itself at the kernel level, you have no idea what the hell it's doing. It could be calling home, it could be doing anything it wants to do. It could be sending your credit card information to a server. It could be running viruses, you have no idea what it's doing. And if something's going to be at the kernel level, like, to me, it has to be open source at that point. Like, you're not allowed to keep it closed source. Because I ran into the problem earlier this year with the whole, what was that, that security company that had the kernel level security software, and they bricked everybody's machines. Like, your machine was just stuck in an infinite reboot loop, blue screen reboot loop. My work laptop had that, and I couldn't work. And I didn't do anything different. It was just their coders screwed up and pushed out an update to all these computers that broke all of them. They had to push out another update to fix it. And it's like, that shouldn't even be allowed to happen. In my opinion, that shouldn't even be allowed to happen. All right? It's my computer, though, not entitled to control how I use my computer. Neither is the Linux community. Sure, on principle, yes. On principle, yes. But I feel like some things are so some things open up the floodgates to things that shouldn't even be a thing, right? Like there comes a point where you allow stuff to happen that should not have been allowed in the first place, right? Like, again, with the easy anti-cheats, or not the kernel level anti-cheat and stuff, if they want to release their source code as like open source and stuff, the anti-cheat companies, and they want to have everybody be able to look at it and poke at it and see what's going on, and have it be, security tested out in the open and all that stuff, awesome. Let them at the kernel level. If they don't want to do that, then fuck no. I don't want any of that. Don't need a nanny OS. I don't know that that's one of those things where I'm kind of on the fence. I don't know that is what it's creating. To me, I want something that is, is going to, I don't know. There's a difference in my mind. There's a difference in my mind between allowing bad actors to do whatever the hell they want to do uninterrupted, and just, you know, putting your foot down and saying, no, you can't, this is not acceptable. Yeah. And to me, kernel level anti-cheat is a bad actor. Always has and always will be, and it's completely unnecessary. You know, because easy anti-cheat is not kernel level, and it works just fine. You know, so you know that's the way I kind of look at it. Bottom line is, I want to play a game. If the OS is in my way, then it still isn't there for me. Sure, I get it. And I wish there was like I said, I wish there was a happy medium where it's like, you know, if you want to do this, then we'll let you do it in, you know, if you're open source and available for scrutiny, you know. And I suspect that might end up being like, because you have like, they have dynamic modules that they can load. And I suspect that, you know, if they really want, like, if Linux were to take off, EA and stuff is not going to want to be left behind, and they'll suddenly figure out a way to make Battlefield 6 or Battlefield 7 or whatever work on Linux if it means that it's going to line their pockets, right? Like, that's the other thing, is like, I think, you know, they found the laziest way to do it that was cheap for them. If you force them to innovate, they're going to innovate, and they'll find out a way of making it work just as good without having to be at that level. It's just they need motivation to do it. You know? I don't give a damn about the anti-cheat. I just want to play my game at the end. Oh yeah, no, sure. I think it's, you know, I think it's kind of a I think fundamentally it's a they're trying to come up with a software engineering solution to a social engineering problem. You know? I've always hated that. I always tell, like, my boss and stuff, like, let's not try to software engineer our way out of a social engineering problem. Like, if the problem is that users need to be trained, then train the damn users. Let's not try to make decisions for them and all that stuff. And it's the same thing with the anti-cheat stuff, right? It's like, you know, we have our game has a cheating problem. Well, no, you've got a community problem. You don't have a cheating problem. Like, if your community is cheating all the time, then maybe you need to have a better handle on your community. Right? Instead of trying to come up with all these, like, software solutions to something that just requires a firm hand, you know, on your community management. People are cheating, ban their asses permanently. Don't give them a second chance, just ban them. They'll get the idea eventually. You know, it's like, you know, you got to be on top of it. You want to run a multiplayer game, then you got to hire people to run it. You know, it can't just be an automated, you know, money generating machine. But that's my thought on it. That's a lot harder than just throwing code at it, I guess. So it's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm pretty well done for the night here. We made a little bit of progress, but my brain gave up a little while ago. Oh, we still got a ways to go, but I mean, I knew the chapter 8 is like a big freaking chapter. We've gone through it once, and it's going to go through it again here. But it'll be no, I wasn't. Like I was already wrapping up like an hour ago or whatever. So it was this is fine. This is fine. Made some progress though. So it's not too bad. We just got a lot of big classes to get through, and then and hopefully on the other side we'll see this. I guess I should probably get this to. Let me change this around so we can see what we're shooting for here. Chapter 8, and then this one, right? Chapter 8. Okay, so we'll run this. Alright, so this is what we're shooting for by the end of this chapter. So we got a ways to go to get there, but we'll get there. We'll get there next week. Okay, CTR. I will. Yeah, so we'll get this. We'll jump back into this on next Friday nights and next Saturday as well. And we'll see what we can see how where we get with it. So that'll be good. Otherwise, my friends, that'll do it for me for tonight, I would say. Tomorrow night I will be back to games, and I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I had a thought that maybe I would start Expedition 7 with in No Man's Sky. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll pull something else up. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards No Man's Sky though, for a little Expedition 7 work there. Maybe get that started, because we got a lot of, I think 12 more expeditions to do before I catch up entirely. So with everything, and have done every expedition. So we got some ways to go there. Monday night we'll definitely be back to Dragon Quest 1. All I've got left in Dragon Quest 1 right now is the Dragon Lord battle. So we'll get that done. And then, like I said, I've said this on other streams, I'll say it again. I have a lot of RPGs that I want to get through. I want to get through Dragon Quest 2. I want to get through 3. I got some point Expedition 33 I want to do. I've got, what was that? Souls, something Souls, which was like a 2D one. A whole bunch of things. So, and then also I had started some Spiderweb software things. I want to get back to that as well. So I'm going to probably, so after we're done 1, I'm going to roll right into Dragon Quest 2. I'm going to set it for easy mode. And I think wherever I can, I'm going to set these games to easy mode, because I want to experience the story, and I just kind of want to roll through it. And I might still do some things on normal, some things on, on hard mode, whatever. But I think it's I have so many things I want to do, so many things I want to play, that I just kind of want to get all that story in me, and I want to just kind of go through it. So, because we still have to get to Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't done that. I would like to do Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 as well, and Icewind Dale as well at some point. So it's so many things I haven't played that I want to get around to. So we'll see there. And then also Splintered. Um, I don't know if I'm going to do Splintered on. I'm thinking I'm going to do Splintered on the YouTubes directly. So on my main YouTube channel, since I haven't uploaded anything there for a while, I think I'm going to record Splintered, which is a Dragon Warrior 1 like game, but with modern stuff, and then probably put it up there. So I streamed that a couple weeks ago, and I really like it, and so I kind of want to right through that. So in gameplay, it's turn-based combat. Yeah, it's exactly like Dragon Quest 1, where it's turn-based combat, random encounters. But what they do is, in fact, it even looks like Dragon Warrior 1, like the NES version of Dragon Warrior 1. But it adds additional mechanics on top. So like your weapons and your armor level up, and when they level up, you get passive abilities from them, which is kind of cool. And it's got the story is got a little interesting twist to it. It's got a randomizer mode that you can do. It's got all kinds of like little features that they've put in there, and it's really cool. I really like it. There's abilities that you could do, like if you kill a certain number of enemies, certain groups of enemies, you unlock abilities, and then you can select which abilities are active and things. They give you things like decreased like a 10% discount at shops and stuff like that. It's really interesting. It's really interesting what they've done. So can't stand turn-based. Well, I mean, Dragon Quest is turn-based, right? So it's the same as that, you know. Same as that. I mean, we are talking about the same thing, right? Turn-based combat. Because Dragon Quest is turn-based combat. Oh, you haven't seen any Dragon Quest? Oh, yeah, Dragon Quest is all, the entire series is turn-based combat. So, yeah. And so is, Expedition 33 is turn-based combat as well. It's just that it has like a dodge mechanic and stuff too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things. I mean, I like action RPGs as well. Oh man, Last Epoch. Man, they screwed up so bad. Oh, I love Last Epoch, but whoever took them over, Crafton took them over. Oh man, they're just like, they screwed up so bad. I love that game, and now it's like getting review bombed and everything. Oh. But I like action RPGs. I like Last Epoch. I like Path of Exile, 1 and 2. You know, I like Torchlight. The Torchlight series was fantastic. Well, not the series, but Torchlight 1 and 2 were fantastic. The rest have been lackluster. But yeah, all that stuff. I mean, the saving grace with the turn-based combat in both Splintered and in Dragon Quest 1 is that you've only got one character. It's not, you don't have an entire party, so it does go faster. Dragon Quest 2 and beyond, you have a party of people, and so the turn-based goes a lot slower. So I can see, if you don't like the slowness of it, that it gets to be annoying. Yeah. But yeah. So those are the initial plans. We'll see what happens. I might change things around. There might be stuff coming out this week that I don't realize I might do instead, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, my friends, that will do it for me for tonight as we listen to One Must Fall 2097 music here. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and keep me company and all of those things. If you happen to run across this on the YouTubes, either live or as a recording, and you have a like and or a subscribe that you can spare and maybe toss my way, that would be really swell and awesome. It helps out tremendously, and I appreciate it greatly. Otherwise, for everyone else, thank you again for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you bye.
I suppose by the transitive property, I too must be Vulcan as a motherfucker.